Hello guys. Welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting, as you saw in the title. What if Deku became UA's secret cuddle monster? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. The ceiling of dorm room 217 had 13 cracks. Izuku Midoriya knew this because he'd spent the past 2 hours counting them. 13 cracks, 47 water stains, and one very persistent spider spinning its web in the corner. The spider was probably the most productive being in this room tonight. His phone buzzed on the nightstand. Then again. Then a third time. He didn't reach for it. The messages were probably from Uraraka. Or Iida. They'd been checking on him constantly since the war, since Shigaraki, since Sensei, no. Since all of it. Their concern was a warm blanket he kept pushing away, not because he didn't appreciate it, but because he didn't deserve it. 3 children died in that hospital. The thought crawled through his mind like the spider across his ceiling. He'd saved hundreds. He'd stopped Shigaraki. He'd pushed one for all to 20%, then 30, then 45 in desperate moments. But 3 children had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and no amount of finger-breaking punches could bring them back. His door rattled with knocking. Midoriya. Iida's voice, crisp even at. Izuku glanced at his clock, 11:47 p.m. You skipped dinner again. Uraraka made oyakodon. She's worried. She should stop worrying. She should stop caring. I'll only hurt her too. The thought tasted like betrayal. Uraraka was his closest friend. She'd stayed by his side through internships, through training, through the darkest moments of his life. And what had he given her in return? A front row seat to his destruction. I'm fine, Iida. His voice came out wrong. Flat. Dead. Just tired. Tell her thank you. A pause. Through the door, he could hear Iida's breath, the slight shift of his weight. You don't sound fine. When did Iida learn to read between the lines like that? Probably around the same time Izuku learned to stop believing his own lies. Tomorrow, Izuku said. I'll eat double tomorrow. Promise. Another pause. Then footsteps, retreating. The guilt doubled. He'd just lied to his friend. Again. He'd been doing that a lot lately, lying about eating, about sleeping, about the nightmares that left him screaming into his pillow at 3 a.m. About the way his hands shook whenever he closed his eyes and saw him. Shigaraki's hand, wrapped around his throat. Shigaraki's voice, whispering about decay, about destruction, about how they were the same. We're not the same. We're not. We're not. But the shaking wouldn't stop. At 12:33 a.m., Izuku gave up on sleep. He pulled on his training sweats, the gray ones with the tear in the left knee, and slipped out of his room. The dorm hallway stretched before him, dim and quiet, each door a sealed promise of peaceful rest he couldn't claim. His feet carried him downstairs without conscious thought. Through the common room, past the kitchen where Uraraka's uneaten oyakodon waited in the fridge, out onto the small patio behind the dorm. The night air hit him like a blessing. Cool, clean, free of antiseptic and blood. He sat on the wooden bench and stared at nothing. His mind, traitor that it was, replayed the hospital hallway. The screams, the dust, the way Shigaraki had smiled as walls crumbled around them. 3 children, 3 families destroyed, 3 futures erased because Izuku hadn't been fast enough, strong enough. His nails dug into his palms. Hey. The voice came from his left. Soft, uncertain. Izuku turned. A first year. Stood there, a boy from class 1B whose name Izuku couldn't remember. Small, with tired eyes and bandages wrapped around both forearms. He looked lost, standing in the shadow of the building like he'd been caught doing something wrong. Sorry, the boy said. I didn't mean to, I can't sleep either. Izuku should have said something reassuring. Should have been the symbol of peace everyone expected him to become. Instead, he just nodded and looked away. Silence stretched between them, uncomfortable, heavy. Then the boy sat on the other end of the bench. I'm Sato, he said. From 1B. You're Midoriya, right? The one who fought Shigaraki. The one who failed to save 3 children. Yeah. Sato nodded like that made sense. Like Izuku's reputation preceded him in ways he couldn't escape. I was in the evacuation, Sato said quietly. During the war. I saw a lot of things. His voice cracked on the last word. Izuku understood. He understood so completely it hurt. Me too. 2 words. Simple. Honest. The first honest thing he'd said all day. Sato looked at him, and for a moment, Izuku saw something familiar in those tired eyes, the same hollow emptiness that lived in his own chest. The same weight. The same silence. And then, impossibly, Sato started crying. Not loud sobs. Just silent tears, tracking down his cheeks like rain on a window. He tried to hide them, turning away, wiping frantically at his face. "I'm sorry," he gasped. "I'm sorry, I don't know why, I haven't cried since, I'm sorry." Something broke inside Izuku. Not his control, that had shattered long ago. Something deeper. The wall he'd built between himself and everyone who cared about him. The lie that he had to be strong, had to bear this alone, had to suffer in silence because anything else was weakness. He moved without thinking. One moment he was sitting on his end of the bench. The next, he was beside Sato, his arm around the smaller boy's shoulders, pulling him close. Not as the successor of One for All. Not as the future symbol of peace. Just as Izuku. Just as someone who understood. Sato stiffened for a heartbeat. Then he collapsed against Izuku's chest and cried like the world was ending. Izuku held him. Said nothing. Just let him cry. And somewhere in that darkness, in that quiet act of holding someone else's pain, Izuku felt something shift. His own shaking hands steadied. His own chest, tight with guilt for weeks, loosened just slightly. When Sato finally pulled back, his eyes were red and swollen. He looked embarrassed, ashamed, ready to run. "Thank you," he whispered. No one's held me like that since my mom died." Izuku's heart clenched. "I'm sorry," Sato continued, standing, backing away. "This is so weird. You don't even know me. I should go. I'm sorry." He turned and hurried inside before Izuku could respond. Left alone on the bench, Izuku stared at the spot where Sato had been sitting. His arms still tingled with the memory of holding someone. His chest still felt warm where Sato's tears had soaked through his shirt. "No one's held me like that since my mom died." The words echoed. And for the first time in weeks, Izuku Midoriya fell asleep without nightmares. The next morning, Izuku found a small origami crane on his desk. No note. No explanation. Just a crane, folded carefully from notebook paper, resting where his homework should have been. He picked it up, turning it over in his fingers. The folds were precise, deliberate. Someone had taken time with this. Sato. The thought came unbidden. He didn't know why. But somehow, he knew. He tucked the crane into his pocket and went to class. Days passed. Izuku ate with Uraraka and Iida, trained with his classmates, smiled when expected to smile. But at night, when sleep wouldn't come, he found himself on the patio bench. And sometimes, not always, Sato found him there too. They didn't talk much. That wasn't the point. They just existed together. Two insomniacs sharing the darkness. Two broken people learning to breathe in each other's presence. Then one night, Sato asked, "Can I tell you something weird?" Izuku looked at him. Weirder than two strangers meeting at 2 a.m. every night. Sato almost smiled. "Almost. When you held me that first night, it helped. Like, really helped. I've been seeing a therapist, taking medication, doing everything they tell me to do. But that one moment of..." He struggled for the word. Contact. Connection. It did more than all of it. Izuku didn't know what to say. "I know it's weird," Sato continued quickly. "I'm not asking for, I don't expect, I just wanted you to know." "Thank you." He stood to leave. "Sato." The boy turned. "If you ever need..." Izuku paused, searching for the right words. "If you ever need that again, I'm here." Sato's eyes widened, then softened, then filled with tears he didn't try to hide this time. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay." Word spread. Izuku never figured out how. Maybe Sato told someone. Maybe someone saw them on the patio. Maybe the universe simply decided Izuku needed a new purpose. But first came Kota from Class 1A, the boy who talked to animals and never spoke above a whisper. He found Izuku after a particularly brutal training session, trembling, unable to form words. Izuku sat with him, held his hand, let him be silent. Then came Tokiyami, whose darkness ran deeper than any quirk could explain. They didn't touch. Tokiyami wasn't comfortable with that. But they sat together in shadow, and Izuku listened while Tokiyami spoke of the voices in his head, the ones that whispered of despair and destruction. Then came Shoji, whose multiple arms made him feel like a monster. Izuku held one of his hands, just one, and told him he'd never seen anything more human. Each encounter left Izuku lighter. Each moment of holding someone else's pain seemed to ease his own. He didn't understand it. He didn't try to. He just showed up. Night after night, bench after bench, broken person after broken person. By the end of the month, the students of UA had a secret. They called him the Cuddle Monster. Uraraka found out on a Tuesday. She'd followed him, worried about his late-night wanderings, expecting to find him training alone or crying in secret. Instead, she found him on the patio with Hagakure, who'd been invisible for 3 days straight, a sign of her depression, wrapped in Izuku's arms like a blanket. Hagakure was crying. Izuku was crying too. They were both a mess. Uraraka watched from the shadows, hand over her mouth, tears streaming down her own face. When Hagakure finally pulled away, visible again for the first time in days, she kissed Izuku on the cheek and whispered something Uraraka couldn't hear. Izuku smiled. A real smile. The first one Uraraka had seen since the war. She slipped away before they noticed her. The next night, she left a blanket on the patio bench with a note, "For your guests. It gets cold. Ochako." Izuku found it, held it to his chest. Cried again. The secret grew. Students came from all classes, all years. Some just wanted to talk. Some wanted to cry. Some wanted to be held in silence, to feel another heartbeat beside theirs, to remember they weren't alone in the universe. Izuku held them all. He held Jiro after a panic attack during concert practice. Held Kirishima when memories of Fatgum's near-death resurfaced. Held Todoroki on the anniversary of his mother's breakdown, neither of them speaking, both of them understanding. He held Monoma, of all people, after the boy's theatrical confidence shattered during an exam failure. Held him while Monoma sobbed about never being good enough, always being second best, forever living in Class 1A's shadow. He held Shinso, whose quirk made everyone afraid to touch him. Held him until Shinso stopped shaking, stopped expecting rejection, stopped believing he was unworthy of human contact. Each night, Izuku gave pieces of himself away. Each morning, he woke up more whole than before. Aizawa knew. Of course he knew. Nothing happened in the dorms without his awareness. But when he found the list, handwritten, passed secretly between students, detailing who had visited the Cuddle Monster, and when, he didn't confiscate it. Didn't punish anyone. Didn't even mention it. Instead, he left a key outside Izuku's door. The key to the old counseling office, unused since the previous therapist quit. It had a couch, blankets, privacy. The note attached read, "The patio gets cold in winter. Don't make this weird, Aizawa." Izuku laughed. Actually laughed. The sound surprised him so much he laughed again. The counseling office became sanctuary. Students decorated it secretly, a plant here, a pillow there, a string of fairy lights that someone's cousin smuggled in. They brought snacks. They brought music. They brought their broken hearts and weary souls and laid them at Izuku's feet. And Izuku held them. All of them. The big ones and the small ones. The loud criers and the silent sufferers. The ones who needed words and the ones who needed silence. The ones who stayed for hours and the ones who left after minutes. He held them until his arms ached. Held them until his shirt was soaked with tears. Held them until he forgot, sometimes, that he was broken too. But they never forgot. They brought him food when he missed meals. Left notes under his door when they couldn't sleep. Sat with him on the nights when he was the one who needed holding. It was mutual. It was beautiful. It was the most human thing Izuku had ever been part of. Then came the night everything changed. Izuku was alone in the counseling office, organizing blankets, when the door opened. He turned, expecting another student, another broken soul seeking comfort. Bakugo stood in the doorway. Not angry Bakugo. Not explosive Bakugo. Just Katsuki. Hollow-eyed and shaking, hands shoved in his pockets, looking everywhere but at Izuku. Deku. The nickname wasn't an insult this time. It was a plea. Izuku's heart stopped. "I don't know why I'm here," Bakugo said, voice rough. I'm not like those other extras, I just." He couldn't finish. Izuku waited. Minutes passed. Bakugo stood frozen in the doorway, warring with himself, with years of pride and pain and the unspoken truth that he'd nearly died for Izuku, that he'd apologized, that they'd never actually talked about any of it. Finally, Bakugo moved. He crossed the room in 3 strides. Sat on the couch. Stared at the floor. I keep seeing it, he whispered. His hand. Through my chest. I keep feeling it. And I wake up screaming and I can't. I won't. His voice broke. Izuku sat beside him. Not touching. Just there. I'm supposed to be strong, Bakugo said. I'm supposed to be the one who wins. But I can't win against this. I can't fight my own brain. And I'm so tired, Deku. I'm so fucking tired. The silence that followed was the heaviest Izuku had ever known. Then, slowly, carefully, Izuku opened his arms. Bakugo looked at him like he'd lost his mind. I'm not, Bakugo started. I know, Izuku said. You don't have to be anything. You don't have to need anything. You just have to be here. For a long moment, Bakugo didn't move. Then, so slowly it was almost imperceptible, he leaned. Just a fraction. Just enough for his shoulder to press against Izuku's. It wasn't a hug. It wasn't even close. But it was contact. It was trust. It was Bakugo Katsuki, of all people, allowing himself to be vulnerable. Izuku didn't move, didn't breathe, didn't do anything that might break the spell. And in that small moment of connection, something shifted between them. Something that had been broken since childhood. Something that maybe, just maybe, could begin to heal. When Bakugo left an hour later, he didn't say thank you. Didn't look back. Didn't acknowledge any of it. But the next morning, Izuku found a protein bar on his desk. And somehow, that meant more than any words could. The counseling office kept its secrets. The students kept coming. Izuku kept holding. But now, when he sat on the bench at night, alone, because he couldn't sleep and probably never would, he didn't feel quite so empty. Because somewhere in this broken school, in this broken world, he'd found his purpose. Not fighting villains. Not becoming the symbol of peace. Just being there. Holding. Healing. One broken person at a time. Chapter 2. The Cracks in Armor. The first rule of the counseling office was unspoken but absolute. What happened inside stayed inside. No names. No judgments. No recordings. No photos. No gossip. Just silence and safety and the steady warmth of another human being who wouldn't ask for anything except your presence. Izuku protected this rule with everything he had. So when Mineta stumbled in at 2 a.m., crying so hard he couldn't breathe, Izuku didn't ask questions. Didn't mention the girls Mineta had harassed, the comments he'd made, the reputation he'd earned. He just opened his arms and held the shaking boy while Mineta's sobs filled the small room. Mineta had been attacked during the war. Nearly killed. And ever since, he'd been terrified of everything: darkness, silence, the feeling of being alone. His crude jokes and inappropriate comments were armor, not invitation. Desperate attempts to feel in control when his world had spiraled completely out of it. Izuku understood armor. He wore his own every day, the smile, the determination, the endless optimism everyone expected from the successor of All Might. But here, in this room, the armor came off. For everyone. Mineta cried for 20 minutes. Then he fell asleep against Izuku's shoulder, exhausted, peaceful for the first time in months. Izuku didn't move, didn't sleep, just sat there, holding space for another broken soul, watching the fairy lights flicker against the ceiling. Morning came too fast. Mineta woke with a start, disoriented, then mortified when he realized where he was and who he was leaning on. He stammered, scrambling back. This isn't, I'm not, you can't tell anyone. Izuku raised a gentle hand. I won't. Mineta stared at him, searching for judgment, for the disgust he clearly expected. Finding none. Why? He whispered. Everyone knows what I am. What I've done. Why would you help me? Because you're human, Izuku wanted to say. Because pain doesn't discriminate. Because everyone deserves to heal. Instead, he said, because you asked. Mineta's face crumpled. Fresh tears spilled down his cheeks. But these weren't the desperate sobs of before, these were something softer. Relief, maybe. Or gratitude. I don't deserve this, Mineta said. None of us do, Izuku replied. That's not how deserving works. Mineta left through the window to avoid being seen. Izuku watched him go, then gathered the blankets for washing. His phone buzzed. Uraraka, breakfast. I made too much again. He smiled. Typed back, be there in 10. The common room was chaos when he arrived, Uraraka wielding chopsticks like weapons, Iida lecturing someone about proper table manners, Kaminari attempting to pour cereal one-handed while arguing with Shiro about something inconsequential. Normal morning noise. Normal morning. Life. Izuku slid into his usual seat. Uraraka placed a mountain of food in front of him without comment. You look tired, she said quietly. I'm okay. She didn't push. She never pushed anymore. Just smiled and returned to her own breakfast. But her eyes followed him all morning. Watching. Worrying. Knowing. The day passed in a blur of classes and training. Aizawa worked them hard, pushing past exhaustion into something approaching collapse. By the time evening came, Izuku could barely stand. He should sleep. He knew he should sleep. But sleep meant nightmares, and nightmares meant waking up screaming, and waking up screaming meant someone would worry, and someone worrying meant. His train of thought derailed as he rounded a corner and nearly collided with Todoroki. Midoriya. Todoroki's voice was flat, but his eyes were doing something complicated. Can we talk? Not in the office, Izuku realized. Not tonight. Here. Now. Of course. They walked to the training grounds, empty at this hour, and sat on the cold grass beneath the floodlights. Todoroki stared at nothing for a long time. My father called, he finally said. Izuku waited. He wants to train together. Reconcile. Be a family. The word dripped with bitterness. After everything he did. After my mother. After Tuya. He thinks a few phone calls and some quality time will fix it. Oh, Todoroki. Don't. The word was sharp. Don't pity me. Don't hold me. Don't do any of your cuddle monster things. I needed someone who would listen without trying to fix it. Izuku closed his mouth, nodded, listened. Todoroki talked for an hour. About his childhood. About training until he vomited. About his mother's breakdown, his brother's death, his father's cold expectations. About the weight of being Endeavor's masterpiece and the horror of watching that masterpiece crumble. When he finally fell silent, the stars had shifted overhead. Thank you, Todoroki said. Not looking at Izuku. For just being here. Always. They sat a while longer. Then Todoroki stood, brushed off his uniform, and walked away without another word. Izuku stayed on the grass, watching the stars, feeling the weight of secrets settle deeper into his bones. The next night brought Kendo from Class 1B. She didn't cry, didn't shake, didn't ask for comfort at all. She just sat on the counseling office couch, ramrod straight, and talked about the pressure of leadership. I have to be perfect, she said. Everyone watches me. Everyone expects me to have answers, to fix problems, to keep the class together. And I'm so tired, Midoriya. I'm so tired of being strong. You don't have to be strong here. She looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression cracked. I don't know how to not be strong, she whispered. I've been doing it so long I forgot there was another option. Izuku didn't have words for that. So he just sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched, and let her feel his presence. After a long moment, Kendo leaned. Just slightly. Just enough. They sat like that until dawn. The students kept coming. Ishido, whose brightness masked deep insecurity about her appearance, her quirk, her place in the world. She danced around the room instead of sitting, talking a mile a minute until the words ran out and the tears began. Ojiro, whose normalcy made him feel invisible. He sat in silence, letting Izuku hold his tail, the most sensitive part of him, and cried without sound. Yaoyorozu, whose intelligence couldn't solve her own spiraling anxiety. She brought charts and lists and elaborate plans for managing stress, then abandoned them all to curl up on the couch and let Izuku stroke her hair. Aoyama, whose glittering facade hid profound loneliness. He came, wrapped in a blanket, makeup free for the first time anyone had seen, and admitted he couldn't remember the last time someone hugged him. Izuku held them all, and in holding them, he found himself held in return. The breaking point came without warning. Izuku was walking back to his room after a particularly long night. 4 visitors, 3 hours, one very stubborn case of hiccups from an embarrassed shoji, when his legs gave out. He caught himself against the wall, breathing hard, heart pounding for no reason he could identify. What's happening? His vision swam. His chest tightened. The hallway stretched before him, endless and empty, and suddenly he was back in the hospital, back in the dust and screams, back watching Shigaraki's hand reach for. No. The word escaped before he could stop it. Weak. Terrified. No, no, no. He slid down the wall, landing hard on the floor. His hands shook uncontrollably. His breath came in gasps that went nowhere. This is a panic attack. I know this is a panic attack. I've studied this. I've helped others through this. Why can't I stop it? But knowing didn't help. Nothing helped. He was drowning in air, suffocating in emptiness, dying in a hallway outside his own room. The door to his left opened. Uraraka stood there, sleepy-eyed, hair mussed, wearing pajamas covered in cartoon mochi. She took one look at him and dropped to her knees. Izuku. Izuku, look at me. He couldn't. His eyes wouldn't focus. His chest wouldn't expand. His hands. Her hands closed around his. Breathe with me, she said. In for 4. Hold for 4. Out for 4. Come on, Izuku. Breathe with me. He tried. Failed. Tried again. That's it. That's it. Again. Minutes passed. Or hours. Time meant nothing when the world was ending. But slowly, gradually, her voice pulled him back. Her hands grounded him. Her presence reminded him he wasn't alone. When he could finally breathe, finally see, finally think, he found himself curled against her shoulder, crying without sound. I'm sorry, he gasped. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Don't. Her voice was fierce. Don't you dare apologize. You've held half this school together for months. Who holds you, Izuku? He didn't have an answer. She held him tighter. The next morning, Izuku woke in Uraraka's room. She'd refused to let him leave, insisting he sleep on her floor while she took the bed. He'd been too exhausted to argue. Now, with sunlight streaming through her window and the smell of breakfast drifting from somewhere, he felt different. Lighter. Not fixed. Nothing was fixed, but lighter. Uraraka was already gone, but she'd left a note on her pillow. Made breakfast. Come eat when you're ready. No questions, no pressure. Just food. Ochako. He folded the note carefully and tucked it into his pocket, next to the origami crane that never left him. The common room was chaos as usual, but today the chaos felt warm instead of overwhelming. Kaminari was attempting to cook and failing spectacularly. Jiro was laughing at him. Kirishima was trying to help and making everything worse. Uraraka spotted Izuku immediately. She smiled, that warm, open smile that made everything okay, and gestured to an empty seat beside her. Sit. Eat. You need fuel. He sat. He ate. And for the first time in months, food tasted like something other than obligation. That night, the counseling office felt different. Izuku sat on the couch, waiting for whoever might come, but his mind kept drifting back to the hallway. To Uraraka's hands. To the terrifying realization that he'd been giving away pieces of himself without checking if he had pieces left to give. The door opened. Bakugo walked in. He didn't speak. Didn't sit. Just stood there, looking at Izuku with an expression that was almost concerned. You look like shit, Bakugo said. Thanks. A pause. Bakugo shifted his weight. Heard you had a rough night. Izuku's heart stuttered. How did you? Round cheeks told me to check on you. Bakugo's lip curled. Annoying, isn't it? People caring when you don't want them to. Izuku didn't know what to say. Bakugo crossed the room in 3 strides. Sat on the couch. Not touching, still not touching, but closer than he'd ever willingly sat before. I don't do the feelings shit, Bakugo said. But I know what it's like to give everything until there's nothing left. And I know what it's like to have someone pull you back anyway. He looked at Izuku. Really looked. So sit here, shut up, and let someone else do the holding for once. Before Izuku could respond, Bakugo leaned. Just a fraction. Just enough for their shoulders to press together. And Izuku, for the first time in longer than he could remember, let himself be held. They sat in silence for an hour. No words. No tears. Just 2 broken boys, leaning on each other in the dark, finding something like peace in the simple act of presence. When Bakugo finally stood to leave, he paused at the door. Deku. Yeah, don't die from helping people. That's my job. The door closed behind him. Izuku sat alone in the counseling office, staring at the spot where Bakugo had been, and felt something warm bloom in his chest. He wasn't okay. He might never be okay. But maybe, just maybe, he didn't have to be okay alone. Chapter 3, The Weight of Secrets. 3 weeks passed in a blur of classes, training, and late-night visitors. Izuku learned to read people in ways he'd never imagined, the slight tension in shoulders that meant someone was holding back tears, the way certain students avoided eye contact when they were spiraling, the difference between comfortable silence and the kind that meant someone was drowning. He learned to hold without smothering, to listen without judging, to be present without demanding anything in return. And he learned that some secrets were too heavy for one person to carry alone. The first sign came from an unexpected source. Shinso found him after training, looking more exhausted than usual. His eyes had dark circles beneath them, and his hands shook slightly as he pulled Izuku aside. "Someone knows," Shinso whispered. Izuku's blood ran cold. "Knows what? About the office. About what you do. About all of it." Shinso's voice dropped even lower. "I was in the library last night, working on that analysis assignment. 2 third years were talking. They mentioned the Cuddle Club, and laughed about it. Said they were going to expose everyone who visits. Make it public." The world tilted slightly. Exposure meant broken trust. Broken trust meant students wouldn't come anymore. Students not coming meant isolated suffering. Izuku breathed. They'd go back to suffering alone. Shinso nodded grimly. "I don't know who they are. Couldn't see their faces. But they knew details." Midoriya. They knew about the office location. About the fairy lights. About the blanket rotation. Someone was watching. Someone was documenting. Someone wanted to destroy the only safe space UA had left. Izuku spent the next 2 days on edge. He watched his classmates differently now, not for signs of pain, but for signs of betrayal. Who lingered too long near the counseling office? Who asked too many questions about his nightly routine? Who laughed a little too hard when the topic of emotional support came up? The uncertainty ate at him. His visitors noticed. They asked if he was okay. He lied and said yes. But Bakugo saw through it. They'd developed a routine over the past weeks, silent meetings in the counseling office, shoulders pressed together, no words required. Bakugo came twice a week now, always at different times, always without explanation. Izuku stopped expecting one. On the 3rd night after Shinso's warning, Bakugo walked in and stopped. "You're different," he said. Izuku looked up from the blanket he'd been folding. "What? Different? Tighter? Like you're waiting for something bad to happen." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "What aren't you telling me?" "Everything," Izuku wanted to say. "I'm not telling you everything because I can't. Because these secrets aren't mine to share. Because if I tell you, I betray everyone who trusted me." "I can't," he said instead. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he sat. "Fine. Don't tell me. But I'm not leaving until you stop looking like a trapped animal." Izuku's throat tightened. "Kachan. Shut up and sit." They sat. And somehow, inexplicably, the weight lifted just slightly. The second sign came from Aizawa. He pulled Izuku aside after class, his expression unreadable. "Someone's been asking questions," Aizawa said. "About the old counseling office. About student behavior patterns. About you." Izuku's heart hammered. "Who?" "A reporter. From a Hero News network." Aizawa's voice was flat, but his eyes were sharp. "They're doing a piece on mental health initiatives at UA. Apparently, they received an anonymous tip about an underground support network operating without official approval." Anonymous tip. The 3rd years. The ones laughing in the library. They'd gone to the press. "I haven't confirmed anything," Aizawa continued. "Neither has Nezu. But this reporter is persistent. If they find evidence, photos, testimony, anything, it'll become a story. And stories like this." He trailed off. "Destroy the people in them," Izuku finished quietly. Aizawa nodded. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Aizawa did something unexpected. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small key. "There's a room in the support course building. Old storage space. No windows, no records, no official existence." He pressed the key into Izuku's hand. "If you need to relocate, use this." "And Midoriya." Izuku looked up. "You're doing something important. Don't let them stop you." The relocation happened that night. Izuku texted everyone he could reach, carefully, using coded language they'd developed for emergencies, and by midnight, the counseling office was empty. Blankets folded. Fairy lights packed, every trace of the sanctuary erased. The new space was smaller, colder, but it had a lock on the inside and no connection to the main building's security system. The first visitor arrived at 12:33. Sato. He looked terrified. They're really coming. The reporters. We don't know for sure, Izuku said. But we can't take chances. Sato nodded, swallowed hard, then asked the question Izuku had been dreading. What happens if they find out? If everyone knows? Izuku thought about it. Really thought about it. Then we adapt, he said. We find new ways, new spaces, new methods. But we don't stop. We can't stop. Sato's eyes filled with tears. Even if it costs you. Even if they write about you, judge you, call you strange for holding people. Especially then, Izuku thought. Because if I stop, I prove them right. I prove that connection is shameful. That vulnerability is weakness. That healing should happen in silence and solitude. I'll survive, he said. We all will. The reporter came 3 days later. Izuku watched from the support course window as she walked through the main building, notebook in hand, asking questions that made students uncomfortable. He recognized the type, aggressive, charming when needed, utterly relentless. She interviewed 20 students before lunch. By dinner, she'd found nothing. No one talked. No one confirmed. No one even admitted knowing what she was asking about. The UA student body, fractured and broken as it was, closed ranks around their secret like a shield. That night, the new sanctuary filled to bursting. Word had spread that something was happening, that danger was near, that the safe space might disappear. Students came who'd never come before, scared, desperate, needing reassurance that they hadn't lost the one thing keeping them together. Izuku held them all. He held until his arms ached. Listened until his ears rang. Stayed present until his own exhaustion became a distant hum he could almost ignore. At 4 a.m., the last visitor left. Izuku sat alone in the cold storage room, surrounded by blankets and fairy lights and the lingering warmth of human contact, and let himself fall apart. Just for a moment. Just long enough to breathe. Then he pulled himself together, folded the blankets, and walked back to his dorm before anyone could notice he'd been gone. The reporter left UA 3 days later. Empty-handed, frustrated, vaguely unnerved by the wall of silence she'd encountered. Izuku watched her go from the same window, feeling something like relief mixed with something like dread. She'd failed this time, but there would be others. There would always be others. The question wasn't whether the secret would eventually come out. The question was whether they'd be ready when it did. Chapter 4, The Cracks Widen. Spring arrived at UA with cherry blossoms and final exams. Izuku should have been focused on studying. Should have been preparing for practical tests, written exams, the endless gauntlet of hero coursework. Instead, he found himself watching his classmates with new eyes. Everyone was fraying. The pressure of exams triggered old trauma. The stress of performance resurrected old failures. The simple act of being tested, measured, judged, found wanting, sent dozens of students spiraling into the same darkness they'd been fighting all year. The sanctuary filled every night. Izuku held Kaminari after the electric user failed a written practice test for the 3rd time. Held him while Kaminari sobbed about being stupid, useless, a failure who'd never make it as a hero. That's not true, Izuku said. It is. I can't remember formulas, I can't analyze situations, I'm just a walking battery who's going to get someone killed because I'm too dumb to think. Izuku pulled back, just enough to look Kaminari in the eyes. You're not dumb. You're dyslexic, undiagnosed, unsupported, and fighting a system designed for brains that work differently than yours. That's not failure. That's survival. Kaminari stared at him. How do you know about dyslexia? I pay attention. Izuku shrugged. You reverse numbers sometimes. You struggle with written instructions but remember verbal ones perfectly. You're brilliant in practical situations but freeze during written exams. The pattern's pretty clear. Kaminari's face crumpled. Why didn't anyone tell me? Because no one noticed. But now we know. And knowing means we can adapt. They spent the rest of the night researching accommodations, study techniques, alternative learning strategies. By dawn, Kaminari had a plan. By the next exam, he'd have a chance. Todoroki came 3 nights later. He didn't speak. Just sat on the floor, back against the wall, staring at nothing. Izuku sat beside him, close enough to feel the temperature difference between his sides. 20 minutes passed in silence. Then Todoroki said, I visited my mother today. Izuku waited. She's doing better. She asked about me. About my training. About. He swallowed. About my father. Another long pause. She wants us to reconcile. Says he's changed. Says families should forgive each other. Izuku's heart ached at the pain in Todoroki's voice. Do you want to? I don't know. The words came out broken. Part of me wants to hate him forever. Part of me wants to be a family. Part of me is terrified that if I forgive him, I'm betraying everything I survived. That's not how betrayal works, Izuku said quietly. Forgiveness isn't for the person who hurt you. It's for you. It's letting go of the weight so you can move forward. Todoroki turned to look at him. How do you know? Because I've been carrying weight my whole life, Izuku thought. Because I'm still learning to let it go. I don't, he admitted. But I know that carrying hate forever hurts the carrier more than the hated. They sat with that truth until morning. The night before finals, Izuku found Bakugo in the sanctuary. Not sitting, not waiting, just standing in the middle of the room, fists clenched, shaking with barely contained fury. They're saying things, Bakugo said without preamble. About you. About what you do. Izuku's stomach dropped. What kind of things? Stupid things. That you're weak. That you're wasting time on extras instead of training. That real heroes don't need cuddle sessions to function. The words hit like physical blows. Izuku had known this was coming, had prepared for it, armored himself against it. But knowing didn't stop the sting. And you're angry about this, he said carefully. Of course I'm angry. Bakugo whirled on him, eyes blazing. You've held this entire pathetic school together for months. You've given pieces of yourself to everyone who asked. And those ungrateful, they don't see it. They don't see you. Izuku didn't know what to say. Bakugo's anger deflated as quickly as it had risen. He sank onto the couch, head in his hands. I hate this, he muttered. I hate caring about things. I hate watching you give and give and give while everyone just takes. Kachan. You're going to break, Deku. You're going to break, and no one's going to be there to hold you because you've convinced everyone you're unbreakable. The words hung in the air like a prophecy. Izuku sat beside Bakugo. Didn't touch. Didn't speak. Just existed in the space between them. After a long moment, Bakugo leaned. Shoulder to shoulder. Contact without expectation. You're an idiot, Bakugo said. I know. The biggest idiot I've ever met. I know. If you break, I'm going to kill you. Izuku almost laughed. Almost. I know. They sat like that until the anger faded, replaced by something softer. Something that felt almost like hope. Finals came and went. Students passed and failed and coped with both outcomes in the sanctuary. Izuku held them through triumphs and disasters alike, reminding them that worth wasn't measured in test scores. But the cracks were widening. More students came now. The secret wasn't so secret anymore. And with more visitors came more scrutiny, more judgment, more whispers about the strange boy who held people in a storage room. Izuku ignored the whispers, focused on the work, kept giving pieces of himself away. Until the night there were no pieces left. It happened without warning. Izuku was walking to the sanctuary, just walking, normal steps, normal breathing, when the world tilted sideways. His vision blurred, his chest tightened, his legs gave out. He hit the floor hard. Not again. Please, not again. But the panic attack came anyway, rising like a tide, drowning him in memories of failure and death and the faces of children he couldn't save. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't do anything except lie on the cold floor and wait for it to end. Footsteps. Running. Deku. Uraraka's voice. Uraraka's hands. Uraraka's presence pulling him back from the edge. Breathe with me. Come on, Izuku. Breathe with me. He tried. Failed. Tried again. That's it. That's it. You're okay. You're safe. Minutes passed. The tide receded. Izuku found himself curled in Uraraka's lap, crying without sound. How did you know? He whispered. Kachan texted me. Said you looked off today. Told me to check on you. Her voice was soft, but her grip on him was fierce. You're not alone, Izuku. You keep telling everyone else that, but you need to hear it too. You're not alone. The words echoed through him, finding cracks he didn't know existed. I'm so tired, he admitted. I'm so tired of being strong. Then don't be. Uraraka stroked his hair gently. Be weak. Be broken. Be whatever you need to be. I'll still be here. Something in Izuku's chest loosened. Something he'd been holding so tightly for so long. He cried. Really cried. For the first time since the war, he let himself fall apart completely. And Uraraka held him through all of it. The next morning, Izuku woke in his own bed with no memory of how he'd gotten there. A note on his nightstand read, "Carried you back. You're heavier than you look. Ochako with help from Kachan, don't tell him I told you." He laughed. Actually laughed. The sound surprised him so much he laughed again. For the first time in months, the weight felt bearable. Chapter 5, The Unraveling. The reporter came back. Izuku spotted her from across the campus, same notebook, same aggressive smile, same hungry eyes. She'd returned with reinforcements, a camera crew, a producer, and a determination that radiated from her like heat. This time, she wouldn't leave empty-handed. Shinso found Izuku during lunch. She's interviewing staff now, teachers, administration. She's trying to build a case. A case for what? Exploitation, emotional manipulation, whatever angle makes the story juiciest. Shinso's voice was tight with anger. She's calling it, the Cuddle cult, in her notes. I saw her notebook. Cult. The word hit like a physical blow. Izuku had imagined many outcomes, embarrassment, exposure, judgment. But cult, that was something else entirely. That was criminal. That could destroy lives. We need to warn everyone, he said. Tell them to stop coming. At least until this blows over. Shinso shook his head. They won't stop. They can't stop. You're the only thing keeping some of them together. And if I'm the thing destroying them. The thought wouldn't leave. That night, Izuku tried to close the sanctuary. He stood at the door, blocking entry, telling everyone who came that it was too dangerous, that they had to stop, that they could find other ways to cope. No one listened. Kota slipped past him, silent as always, and curled up on the couch. Hagakure materialized beside him, holding his hand. Ishido followed, then Ojiro, then a stream of students who refused to be turned away. By midnight, the room was fuller than it had ever been. Izuku stood in the corner, overwhelmed, watching these broken people hold each other. You can't stop this, Sato said quietly, appearing at his side. It's not about you anymore. It's about us. About what we've built together. But if they find out, let them. Sato's voice was firm. Let them see us. Let them judge us. We're not ashamed. You should be, a voice whispered in Izuku's mind. You should be ashamed of all of it. Of holding strangers. Of needing touch. Of being weak enough to break. But when he looked at the room, at the students holding each other, supporting each other, healing each other, he didn't see shame. He saw strength. Raw, vulnerable, beautiful strength. Maybe that was the point. Maybe the shame was the lie. The reporter's piece aired 3 days later. Izuku watched it in the common room, surrounded by classmates who'd insisted on being there. The segment was titled, UA's Secret, Inside the Hero Academy's Controversial Comfort Culture. It showed footage of students entering the support course building. Blurred faces, but recognizable enough. Interviews with anonymous sources, who called the sanctuary weird and unprofessional. Commentary from experts, questioning whether emotional dependence was healthy for aspiring heroes. And then, worst of all, an interview with a former student who dropped out after the war. I went to the Cuddle sessions, she said, face hidden in shadow. At first, it helped. But then I couldn't cope without it. I needed Midoriya to hold me just to function. It became an addiction. That's why I left, I had to get away. The segment ended with a question. Is UA helping its students heal, or creating dangerous dependencies? Silence filled the common room. Then Kirishima stood. That's bullshit. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the group. She's lying, Kaminari said. I was there. No one got addicted. We got better. But the public won't see that, Yaoyorozu said quietly. They'll see the scandal. The controversy. They'll see whatever sells. Izuku stared at the screen, numb. He'd known this would happen. He'd prepared for it, armored against it. But preparation didn't stop the pain of watching something beautiful twisted into something ugly. What do we do? Uraraka asked. Izuku thought about it. Really thought about it. Nothing, he said finally. Everyone stared at him. We do nothing. We keep going. We keep holding each other. We let them report whatever they want, and we prove them wrong by surviving. That's not a plan, Bakugo growled. It's the only plan we have. The backlash came quickly. Comment sections filled with hate. Hero forums debated whether Izuku should be expelled. Parents called the school demanding answers. The Hero Public Safety Commission opened an inquiry. Through it all, Izuku kept going to the sanctuary. Fewer students came now, scared of exposure, scared of judgment, scared of being associated with the controversy. But the ones who came needed him more than ever. He held them through tears of shame. Held them through fears of abandonment. Held them through the painful realization that the world didn't understand what they'd built. And in holding them, he found himself held. 1 month after the segment aired, the inquiry concluded. Their finding: no wrongdoing. No exploitation. No cult. Just students supporting each other through difficult times. The report called the sanctuary unconventional but not harmful, and recommended that UA provide official mental health resources to supplement, not replace, peer support initiatives. Izuku read the findings 3 times, waiting for the relief to come. It didn't. Because the damage was already done. Trust was broken. Students who'd once come freely now hesitated, ashamed of needing help. The sanctuary still existed, but its heart had changed. Something had been lost. Something Izuku wasn't sure they'd ever get back. That night, Izuku sat alone in the sanctuary for the first time in months. No visitors. No cries for help. No broken souls seeking comfort. Just him and the fairy lights and the weight of everything he couldn't fix. The door opened. Bakugo walked in. He didn't speak. Didn't ask questions. Just sat beside Izuku on the couch and leaned. Shoulder to shoulder. Contact without expectation. They sat like that for hours. And somewhere in the silence, Izuku started to believe that maybe, just maybe, they'd survive this after all. Chapter 6, The Reckoning. The inquiry's conclusion should have been the end. Instead, it was the beginning of something worse. The Hero Public Safety Commission, satisfied that no official rules had been broken, closed their investigation and moved on. But the damage to UA's reputation lingered. Parents demanded transparency. The media demanded access. The public demanded answers. And in the chaos, someone leaked a list. Names. Dozens of them. Every student who'd visited the sanctuary, compiled from anonymous sources and published online for the world to see. The list included Kota Koji, animal communicator, severe social anxiety. Hagakure Toru, invisibility quirk, history of depression. Tokiyami Fumikage, dark shadow quirk, possible dissociative tendencies. Shoji Mezzo, multi-arm quirk, body image issues. Mineta Minoru, sexual harassment allegations, trauma history. Todoroki Shoto, family abuse, emotional instability. Bakugo Katsuki, anger management, possible PTSD. And at the top, in bold, Midoriya Izuku, founder and leader of the Cuddle cult, emotional manipulator. The list spread like wildfire. By morning, it was everywhere. Hero forums, social media, news sites. The students' names, their private struggles, their deepest vulnerabilities, broadcast to millions without consent, without context, without mercy. Izuku found out at breakfast. He walked into the common room to find everyone staring at their phones. The silence was absolute. No one moved. No one spoke. What happened? He asked. Uraraka looked up. Her eyes were red. There's a list, she whispered. Of everyone who visited. Everyone who, she couldn't finish. Izuku's blood turned to ice. He grabbed his phone. Scrolled. Read. The names burned into his brain like brands. His classmates. His friends. The people he'd promised to protect. All exposed. All vulnerable. All because of him. This is my fault, he heard himself say. I did this. I brought them together. I made them targets. No. Todoroki's voice cut through the fog. You didn't make the list. You didn't leak it. You didn't hurt anyone, they did. But if I hadn't started. If you hadn't started, I'd still be drowning. Todoroki's eyes were fierce. We'd all still be drowning. Don't take responsibility for other people's cruelty. The words should have helped. They didn't. The day that followed was the longest of Izuku's life. Classes were cancelled, but no one left the dorms. Students huddled in common rooms, on phones with parents, in corners with each other. The weight of exposure pressed down on everyone. Some coped with anger. Mineta threw things. Bakugo punched a wall. Kirishima yelled at no one in particular. Some coped with silence. Kota stopped speaking entirely. Tokiyami retreated into shadow. Shoji sat alone, arms wrapped around himself, trying to disappear. Some coped by helping others. Uraraka moved from group to group, offering comfort. Iida organized support networks. Yaoyorozu researched legal options. And Izuku broke. Not visibly. Not loudly. But somewhere inside, something snapped. He'd spent months building a sanctuary. Months convincing broken people they were safe. Months giving pieces of himself away to create something beautiful. And now it was ash. Now the people he loved were hurting because of him. Now the world knew their secrets and would use them as weapons forever. He couldn't fix this. He couldn't protect them. He couldn't do anything except watch them suffer. The realization crushed him. Night fell like a judgment. Izuku found himself in the sanctuary, the real one, the storage room with the fairy lights and blankets. He hadn't meant to come here. His feet just carried him. The room was empty. Of course it was empty. No one would risk exposure now. He sat on the couch and stared at nothing. Hours passed. Or minutes. Time had lost meaning. The door opened. Bakugo walked in. He looked terrible, eyes red, hands bandaged from punching walls, tension radiating from every muscle. But he was here. He'd come. Couldn't sleep either. Izuku asked. His voice sounded strange, hollow. Bakugo didn't answer. Just sat beside him, shoulder to shoulder. The same routine they'd built over months. They sat in silence for a long time. Then Bakugo spoke. I've been on lists before. Izuku turned to look at him. After the kidnapping, after the war, people speculated about what happened to me, what it meant, whether I was broken. Bakugo's voice was flat, but his hands trembled slightly. It's shit. Having your pain turned into entertainment. Having strangers decide what your trauma says about you. How did you survive it? Bakugo was quiet for a moment. Then, I stopped caring what they thought. Took a while. Took help I didn't want to accept. But eventually, I realized their opinions don't change who I am. Don't change what I survived. Don't change anything that matters. Izuku absorbed this. It's different for them, he said. The others. They're not like you. They're not strong. Bullshit. Bakugo's voice was sharp. They're the strongest people I know. Kota faces the world every day when his brain screams at him to hide. Hagakure keeps smiling when she wants to disappear. Tokiyami fights darkness that would destroy most people. They're not weak, Deku. They're warriors. Warriors. The word echoed through Izuku's mind. He thought about Kota, trembling but showing up. About Hagakure, invisible but present. About Tokiyami, wrestling demons that had no physical form. About every student who'd come to the sanctuary, laid bare their pain, and kept fighting anyway. Maybe Bakugo was right. Maybe they weren't broken. Maybe they were just human. Fighting the hardest battles in the only way they knew how. What do we do? Izuku asked. How do we help them? Bakugo looked at him, really looked, and for once, there was no anger in his eyes. We show up, he said. We keep showing up. We let them know they're not alone. That's what you taught us, isn't it? That's what this whole stupid thing was about. Izuku's throat tightened. Showing up. Being present. Not alone. The simplest things. The hardest things. The only things that mattered. We show up, he repeated. Bakugo nodded. We show up. They showed up. The next morning, Izuku and Bakugo went to Kota's room. Sat with him in silence. Didn't ask for anything except his presence. Then they went to Hagakure's. Sat with her while she cried. Held her when she needed holding. Then Tokiyami's. Then Shoji's. Then Mineta's, who pretended not to care but couldn't hide the relief in his eyes. One by one, they visited every person on the list. Every student exposed, vulnerable, hurting. They didn't offer solutions. Didn't promise to fix anything. Just showed up. Just stayed present. Just reminded each broken soul that they weren't alone. By evening, something had shifted. The fear was still there. The shame was still there. The weight of exposure hadn't disappeared. But beneath it all, something new was growing. Connection. Solidarity. The quiet knowledge that they faced this together. That night, the sanctuary filled again. Not with desperate visitors seeking comfort, but with survivors seeking each other. They came in groups, in pairs, alone. They brought food and blankets and stories. They laughed and cried and sat in comfortable silence. They built something new from the ashes of the old. And at the center of it all, Izuku watched. He didn't hold anyone tonight. Didn't need to. They held each other. They'd learned, somehow, in the midst of destruction, that they could be each other's shelter. Bakugo appeared beside him. Look at that, he said quietly. Izuku looked. At Kota, talking softly to Hagakure. At Tokiyami, letting Shoji examine his dark shadow without flinching. At Mineta, crying in Kirishima's arms while Kaminari made terrible jokes to lighten the mood. At healing. Real healing. Not dependent on one person, but shared among many. Yeah, Izuku breathed. Look at that. The list didn't disappear. Its effects would linger for years, in therapy sessions, in job applications, in moments when former students remembered what it felt like to have their secrets exposed. Some wounds never fully heal. But something else lingered too. The knowledge that they'd survived. That they'd faced the worst the world could throw at them and kept standing. That they'd found each other in the darkness and refused to let go. Izuku carried that knowledge with him always. It wasn't enough. It would never be enough to undo the damage. But it was something. Something to hold onto when the darkness returned. And the darkness always returned. But so did they. Chapter 7. The Aftermath. 3 months after the leak, Izuku sat in Aizawa's office and listened to words he'd never expected to hear. The commission wants to honor you. Izuku blinked. What? Aizawa's expression was unreadable, which meant he was hiding something, probably annoyance at having to deliver this message. They've reviewed the investigation findings. They've analyzed the impact of your activities. They've decided to create a new initiative based on your model. A new initiative. Peer support network. Official. Funded. With trained counselors and proper protocols. Aizawa paused. They want you to help design it. The words didn't make sense. The commission had investigated him. The public had condemned him. Students had been exposed because of him. And now, they want to make this official. They want to make it safe. Aizawa leaned back in his chair. The leak showed them what happens when vulnerable students have nowhere to turn but unofficial spaces. They'd rather have oversight than another scandal. Izuku's mind raced. Official support meant resources, training, protection. It meant no more hiding in storage rooms, no more fear of exposure, no more secrets that could be weaponized. But it also meant rules, protocols, boundaries. It meant the sanctuary becoming something else entirely. What do you think? He asked Aizawa. Aizawa was quiet for a long moment. Then, I think you built something important. I think it saved lives. I think if you can preserve the heart of it within a structure that protects people, you should try. The heart of it. Connection. Presence. The simple act of holding space for another human being. Maybe that could survive within rules. Maybe that was adaptable enough to grow. I'll do it, Izuku said. But not alone. I need help. I need your people. Aizawa almost smiled. I know. They're already being contacted. The first meeting of the UA. Peer Support Network Planning Committee took place in the old counseling office, the original one, now renovated and official. Around the table sat Uraraka Ochako, whose warmth made everyone feel welcome. Iida Tenya, whose organizational skills kept chaos at bay. Todoroki Shoto, whose quiet presence grounded the group. Yaoyorozu Momo, whose resources and connections opened doors. Tokiyami Fumikage, whose experience with darkness informed everything. And Bakugo Katsuki, who'd shown up uninvited and refused to leave. They looked at Izuku expectantly. Where do we start? Uraraka asked. Izuku thought about it. Thought about every visitor who'd come to him in darkness. Every broken soul who'd needed holding. Every moment of connection that had made the unbearable bearable. We start with listening, he said. We find out what people actually need. Not what we think they need. Not what the commission wants. What the students say. And then, Iida prompted. Then we build something that gives it to them. The listening took months. They held anonymous surveys. Conducted private interviews. Created suggestion boxes and online forums and safe spaces where students could speak freely. The results were overwhelming. Students needed someone to talk to at 3 a.m. when nightmares woke them. Permission to be weak without judgment. Physical contact that wasn't romantic or sexual. Confidentiality that wouldn't be broken. Support that understood hero culture's unique pressures. Community that didn't require performance. They needed what Izuku had been giving all along. But they also needed something more. Something sustainable. Something that wouldn't collapse if one person burned out. Peer support isn't replacement for therapy, Yaoyorozu said during one meeting. It's a bridge. It keeps people connected while they get professional help. Then we need to build both, Izuku said. The bridge and the destination. The program launched 6 months after the leak. It had trained peer supporters, students who'd completed 40 hours of instruction in active listening, crisis intervention, and boundary setting. Professional counselors, licensed therapists who specialized in hero trauma. Safe spaces, multiple rooms across campus, available 24/7. Anonymous reporting systems, for students who needed help but couldn't ask. Group sessions, facilitated discussions on common struggles. One-on-one support, matching students with peer supporters who understood their specific challenges. And at the center of it all, a simple philosophy: no one heals alone. The first night the program was active, Izuku sat in one of the safe spaces and waited. He wasn't the only peer supporter anymore. Dozens of students had trained alongside him, former visitors who'd become helpers themselves. The room was warm with their presence. But still, he waited. The door opened. A first-year student stood there, trembling, unable to speak. Young, scared, so familiar it hurt. "I don't know if I'm supposed to be here," she whispered. "I don't know if I deserve." Izuku stood, crossed the room slowly, stopped a respectful distance away. "You're supposed to be here if you want to be here," he said. "You deserve support if you need support. There's no test, no minimum requirement for suffering." She looked at him with eyes that had seemed too much too young. "I keep seeing it," she said. "The war, the faces, she couldn't finish." Izuku nodded, didn't move closer, didn't reach out, just waited. After a long moment, she stepped forward. And Izuku held her, just like he'd held so many before. Just like he'd keep holding as long as needed. Just like the sanctuary had taught him. But this time, when he looked up, he saw other peer supporters holding other students. Saw the weight distributed. Saw the burden shared. This time, he wasn't alone. Chapter 8, The Weight Shifted. A year passed. The peer support network grew beyond anything Izuku had imagined. Other hero schools adopted the model. The commission funded research. Studies showed measurable improvements in student mental health, retention rates, and post-graduation success. Izuku graduated near the top of his class. He became a hero, as everyone expected. Fought villains, saved civilians, carried All Might's legacy forward. But he also carried something else, the knowledge that heroism wasn't just about fighting. It was about holding, about presence, about showing up for people in their darkest moments. His agency specialized in trauma response. Not just physical trauma, the kind heroes usually handled, but emotional trauma. The invisible wounds. The ones no one talked about. He called it the Sanctuary Agency. His first hires were Uraraka, Todoroki, and Bakugo. They called him insane. They came anyway. The Sanctuary Agency operated out of a converted warehouse in downtown Musutafu. It had a 24-hour crisis line staffed by trained responders. Drop-in counseling available to anyone, free of charge. Support groups for survivors of villain attacks. Training programs for heroes who wanted to learn trauma-informed response. And a small room in the back, with fairy lights and blankets, where anyone could come to be held. The room was Izuku's idea. His partners thought he was ridiculous. They used it anyway. 5 years after graduation, Izuku received a letter. It was handwritten, on simple paper, delivered by a young woman he didn't recognize. "Dear Midoriya, you probably don't remember me. I was one of your first visitors, the night on the patio, when I couldn't stop crying. I told you no one had held me since my mom died. That was Sato. From Class 1B. I'm writing because I'm graduating from Hero School next month. Not UA, a smaller program, but accredited. I'm going to be a hero. Me, the kid who couldn't stop crying. I wouldn't be here without you. Without that night. Without the sanctuary. Without knowing that someone could see me at my weakest and not look away. I've trained as a peer supporter. I help others now. I hold them when they need holding. I tell them they're not alone. That's your legacy, Midoriya. Not one for all. Not the villains you've defeated. Not the records you've broken. It's this. It's us. It's everyone you held who learned to hold others. Thank you for seeing us when we couldn't see ourselves. Sato Kenji. Izuku read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and placed it next to the origami crane that had never left his desk. That night, Izuku sat in the small room with fairy lights and thought about legacy. He'd spent his whole life wanting to be a hero. Wanting to save people. Wanting to be like All Might. But All Might had saved people by fighting. By winning. By being the strongest. Izuku had saved people by holding them. By staying. By being present when everything fell apart. Different paths. Same destination. The door opened. Bakugo walked in. He did that sometimes, showed up without warning, sat in silence, left without explanation. They'd been doing it for years now. Neither of them mentioned it. Tonight, though, Bakugo didn't sit. He stood in the doorway, looking at Izuku with an expression that was almost soft. "You're thinking too loud," he said. "Always." Bakugo crossed the room, sat beside Izuku on the floor. Shoulder to shoulder. The same routine they'd never named. "Sato sent you a letter," Bakugo said. "It wasn't a question. How did you know?" "He showed me. Came by my office this morning. Wanted to thank me too." Bakugo's voice was rough. "Said I helped him. By showing up. By not leaving." Izuku turned to look at him. In the fairy lights, Bakugo's face was unguarded. Vulnerable in a way he never allowed himself to be in public. "I didn't do anything," Bakugo muttered. "You showed up," Izuku said. "You kept showing up. That's everything." They sat with that for a while. Then Bakugo leaned, just slightly, and rested his head against Izuku's shoulder. Izuku didn't move, didn't speak, just let himself be the anchor for once. The fairy lights flickered gently. Outside, the city hummed with life, villains and heroes, victims and survivors, the endless cycle of pain and healing. Inside, 2 broken boys who'd grown into broken men sat together in silence. And somehow, that was enough. Chapter 9, The Return. 10 years after graduation, Izuku Midoriya returned to UA. The campus had changed. New buildings, new programs, new generations of students dreaming of becoming heroes. But some things remained the same. The training grounds where he'd pushed his limits, the classrooms where he'd learned and failed and learned again, the dorms where he'd held the first broken souls who'd trusted him enough to fall apart. He'd been invited to speak at the annual Heroics Symposium. A keynote address on Trauma-Informed Heroism, the Next Frontier. The title made him smile. 15 years ago, no one used words like that. 15 years ago, heroes fought villains and everything else was invisible. Now, because of a storage room with fairy lights and a boy who didn't know how to say no, things were different. The symposium was held in the main auditorium, the same one where All Might had announced his teaching position, where Izuku had watched his hero and felt his world change. Now he stood on that stage, looking out at hundreds of faces. Students, teachers, pro-heroes, people who'd come to hear what he had to say. He talked about the war. About the children who died. About the guilt that almost destroyed him. He talked about the patio bench. About Sato. About the first time he held someone who needed holding. He talked about the sanctuary. About the students who came, night after night, seeking comfort they couldn't name. About the fairy lights and blankets and the simple power of human presence. He talked about the leak. About the exposure. About the pain of watching vulnerable people hurt because of him. And he talked about what came after. About the peer support network. About the sanctuary agency. About all the broken people who'd learned to hold each other. "When I was a student here," he said, "I thought being a hero meant being strong. Meant fighting. Meant never breaking." He paused, looking out at the silent audience. "I was wrong. Being a hero means being present. It means showing up in the darkness and staying until the light returns. It means holding someone when they can't hold themselves. It means letting yourself be held when you can't stand alone." His voice caught, just slightly. "That's not weakness. That's the hardest thing any of us will ever do. And it's the only thing that saves us." The silence that followed was profound. Then someone started clapping. Then someone else. Then the entire auditorium rose to their feet, applauding not just the words but the truth behind them. The truth they'd all experienced in some way. The truth that connected them all. Izuku stood on that stage, tears streaming down his face, and let himself be seen. After the speech, they came to him. Dozens of them. Former students who'd visited the sanctuary. People he'd held in the darkest moments of their lives. They were heroes now. Teachers, counselors, parents. They'd built lives from the wreckage of their pasts, and they'd come to thank him. Koda approached first, no longer trembling. He spoke clearly, confidently, about the animal therapy program he'd started for traumatized children. Hagakure came next, visible and vibrant, running a support group for heroes with invisible quirks and invisible wounds. Tokiyami, his darkness now integrated into his hero work, using his understanding of shadow to help others face their own. Shoji, whose multiple arms had become symbols of embrace rather than monstrosity, running a program for body-positive hero training. Mineta, of all people, who'd become a counselor specializing in inappropriate behavior, using his own past to help others change. One by one, they came. One by one, they thanked him. And Izuku realized, standing there surrounded by the people he'd held, that Sato's letter had been right. This was his legacy. Not one for all. Not the villains defeated. Not the records broken. This. Them. Everyone he'd held who'd learned to hold others. The last person to approach was Bakugo. He walked slowly, deliberately, the way he did everything. Stopped a respectful distance away. Looked at Izuku with an expression that held years of unspoken things. Speech was okay, he said. Izuku laughed. Just okay. Little sappy at the end. But Bakugo's eyes were soft. You always were a sap. They stood there, two men in their late 20s, carrying the weight of everything they'd survived. Then Bakugo did something he'd never done before. He hugged Izuku. Full arms. Full contact. No excuses, no explanations, no escape routes. Izuku froze for a heartbeat. Then he hugged back. They stood like that for a long time, surrounded by the people they'd saved and been saved by, in the place where it all began. I'm proud of you, Deku, Bakugo whispered. So quiet no one else could hear. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm proud of you too, Kachan. That night, Izuku walked through the empty campus. Past the training grounds. Past the dorms. Past the building where the original counseling office had been. He found the patio bench. It was still there, weathered but intact, exactly where it had always been. He sat down, feeling the familiar wood beneath him, and looked up at the stars. So much had changed. So much had stayed the same. Footsteps approached. He didn't turn. Didn't need to. Couldn't sleep. Bakugo asked, sitting beside him. Never could. They sat in silence, shoulders touching, watching the stars wheel overhead. And somewhere in the darkness, Izuku Midoriya, the Cuddle monster, the sanctuary hero, the boy who'd learned that holding others meant being held in return, felt something he hadn't felt in years. Peace. Chapter 10. The Beginning. The morning after the symposium, Izuku woke in his old dorm room. He'd asked to stay there, wanting to feel the space one more time. The room was different now. New furniture, new paint, new occupant whose photos decorated the walls. But the bones were the same. The window where he'd watched sunrises. The desk where he'd written countless analyses. The bed where he'd spent sleepless nights counting ceiling cracks. He sat up, rubbing his eyes, and noticed something on the nightstand. A piece of paper, folded into an origami crane. His heart stuttered. He picked it up carefully, turning it over in his hands. The folds were precise, deliberate, just like the first one, all those years ago. A note was tucked inside. Midoriya, I'm the current resident of this room. I've been here for 2 years, and every morning, I look at the crane on my desk and remember why I'm still fighting. My predecessor left it for me. Told me it came from someone who understood what it was like to be broken and kept going anyway. I don't know your whole story. But I know you started something that saved more people than you'll ever meet. I know that because I'm one of them. Thank you for being broken. Thank you for keeping going. Thank you for showing us that healing is possible. Yamada Haruki, Class 2A. Izuku read the note 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and placed it next to the original crane, still on his desk after all these years. 2 cranes. 2 generations. 2 broken souls connected across time by a simple act of kindness. He smiled. Breakfast was in the main cafeteria, the same chaotic space where he'd shared so many meals with so many friends. Now it was filled with strangers, young heroes in training who looked at him with awe and curiosity. He ate quietly, watching them. Seeing himself in their nervous energy, their desperate hope, their fear of failure. A group of first years approached hesitantly. Midoriya-sensei. The speaker was a small girl with tired eyes and bandaged hands. Can we ask you something? He nodded, smiling. We heard about the sanctuary, she said. About what you did for students. We were wondering. She trailed off, looking at her friends for support. Another student stepped forward. Is it true that you just held people? That it helped? Izuku looked at them, these young, scared, hopeful faces, and felt the weight of everything he'd learned. It's true, he said. I held people. And it helped. But not because of me. Because of them. Because they were brave enough to ask for help. The first girl's eyes filled with tears. I'm not brave. I'm so scared all the time. Izuku's heart ached with recognition. Being scared doesn't make you not brave, he said gently. Bravery is being scared and asking for help anyway. Bravery is showing up even when you want to hide. Bravery is letting someone hold you when you're falling apart. She stared at him, tears spilling down her cheeks. I don't know how, she whispered. That's okay, Izuku said. No one does at first. But there are people here who can help you learn. People who've been where you are. People who understand. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a card, the Peer Support Network's 24-hour contact information. When you're ready, he said, handing it to her. When you're brave enough to ask. They'll be there. She took the card with shaking hands. Clutched it like a lifeline. Thank you, she breathed. Izuku smiled. Thank you. For being brave enough to ask. The first years left, clutching their card, huddling together for support. Izuku watched them go, feeling something warm bloom in his chest. Across the cafeteria, Bakugo caught his eye. Raised an eyebrow in silent question. Izuku nodded. Smiled. They'll be okay, the nod said. They have each other. They have the network. They have everything we built. Bakugo nodded back, almost smiled, returned to his food, and Izuku sat in the chaos of the UA cafeteria, surrounded by the next generation of heroes, and felt hope. Not the desperate hope of his student days, the hope that he'd survive, that he'd be enough, that he'd somehow become the hero he dreamed of being. Something deeper, something quieter, the hope that came from knowing, absolutely knowing, that the work would continue. That the sanctuary would outlast him. That every broken soul he'd held would hold someone else, and they'd hold someone else, and on until the darkness had nowhere left to hide. That was legacy. That was enough. Chapter 11, The Visitor. 3 weeks after the symposium, Izuku received an unexpected visitor at the sanctuary agency. He was in the back room, the one with fairy lights and blankets, still used every day by people who needed holding, when the front desk called. Midoriya-san, there's someone here to see you. She says she knew you a long time ago. Won't give her name. Izuku frowned. Can you describe her? A pause. Older woman. Maybe 60s. She's crying, Midoriya-san. Just standing in the lobby, crying. His heart clenched. I'll be right there. The woman stood near the entrance, small and fragile looking, clutching a handkerchief in trembling hands. She wore simple clothes, the kind someone wore when they didn't want to be noticed, and her face was lined with years of sorrow. But Izuku recognized her. He'd seen that face in photographs. In old case files. In the memories of a friend who'd trusted him with his deepest pain. Mrs. Todoroki, he breathed. She looked up, eyes red and swollen. You remember me, she whispered. Of course. He crossed the room slowly, giving her space, letting her set the pace. Shoto talks about you often. How are you? A broken laugh. How am I? I don't know. That's why I'm here. Izuku waited. I've been in treatment for years, she said. Therapy. Medication. Support groups. I've done everything they told me to do. And I'm better. I'm so much better than I was. But I still can't. She struggled for words. I still can't touch my son. Can't hug him. Can't hold his hand. Every time I try, I see. She stopped, pressing the handkerchief to her mouth. Izuku understood. Mrs. Todoroki's quirk had been weaponized against her children. Her own body, her own touch, had become a source of trauma. Even now, years later, the fear remained. Shoto knows, he said gently. He understands. He doesn't blame you. I know he doesn't. That's not the problem. She looked at him with desperate eyes. The problem is me. I want to hold my son. I want to feel his arms around me. I want to be his mother in the ways I couldn't be when he was small. But my body won't let me. Izuku's heart ached. I heard about you, she continued. About what you do. About the holding. And I thought, maybe, if I could practice with someone safe, someone who isn't my son. She trailed off, unable to finish. Izuku didn't hesitate. Would you like to sit down? He asked gently. We can talk more. Or we can just be quiet. Whatever you need. She nodded, tears streaming. He led her to the back room, the one with fairy lights and blankets, the one that had held so many broken souls. She sat on the couch, small and lost, looking around at the soft space. It's beautiful, she whispered. It's safe, Izuku said. Nothing happens here that you don't want. No expectations. No pressure. Just presence. She looked at him for a long moment. Can you? Her voice broke. Can you just hold my hand? For a minute. To see if I can stand it. Izuku sat beside her. Slowly, carefully, he extended his hand. She stared at it like it might burn her. Then, trembling, she reached out. Their fingers touched. Mrs. Todoroki gasped. Her whole body went rigid, bracing for pain that didn't come. But Izuku's hand was just a hand, warm, steady, asking nothing. Seconds passed. Her breathing slowed. Her shoulders dropped. Her fingers curled around his. I'm okay, she whispered, amazed. I'm okay. You're okay, Izuku agreed. You're safe. They sat like that for a long time, hand in hand, while Mrs. Todoroki learned that touch could be gentle. That contact could be healing. That her body, so long a source of trauma, could also be a source of connection. An hour later, she left. Not cured, that wasn't how healing worked. But different, lighter. Clutching a card with the Sanctuary Agency's information and a promise to return. She did return. Every week for months. Working through the fear piece by piece, touch by touch, until she could hold Izuku's hand without trembling. Then one day, she brought Shoto. He came willingly, knowingly, prepared for what might happen. He sat in the back room with his mother while Izuku waited outside, ready if needed but hoping not to be. They were in there for 2 hours. When they emerged, both were crying. But they were also holding hands. Mother and son, connected at last. Shoto looked at Izuku over his mother's head. His eyes said everything words couldn't. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Izuku nodded, smiled, stepped back to give them space. They walked out together, still holding hands, still crying, finally beginning to heal. That night, Izuku sat alone in the back room, thinking about Mrs. Todoroki. About all the years of pain she'd carried. About the courage it took to ask for help. About the simple power of a hand held in darkness. The door opened. Bakugo walked in. He did that sometimes, showed up without warning, sat in silence, left without explanation. The routine they'd never named, never questioned, never stopped. Tonight, though, he didn't sit. He stood in the doorway, looking at Izuku with an expression that held years of unspoken things. I heard about today, he said. Todoroki's mom. Izuku nodded. That's. Bakugo struggled for words. That's huge. For both of them. Yeah. A pause. Bakugo shifted his weight. You know what your problem is. Deku. Izuku braced himself. What? You give everyone else permission to be human. But you never take it for yourself. The words hit like a physical blow. I'm fine, Izuku said automatically. You're not fine. You're never fine. You just hide it better than the rest of us. Bakugo crossed the room, sat beside him on the floor. Shoulder to shoulder. The same routine. When's the last time you let someone hold you? Izuku opened his mouth to answer. Closed it. Realized he couldn't remember. That's what I thought. Bakugo's voice was rough. So sit here. Shut up. And let someone else do the holding for once. Before Izuku could respond, Bakugo's arm came around his shoulders. Pulled him close. Held him against his side like he was something precious. Izuku froze. Then, slowly, he let himself relax. Let himself lean. Let himself be held. The fairy lights flickered gently. Outside, the city hummed with life, villains and heroes, victims and survivors, the endless cycle of pain and healing. Inside, two broken men sat together in silence, holding each other in the darkness. And somehow, that was enough. Chapter 12, The Ripple Effect. The sanctuary agency grew. Not in size, the warehouse stayed the same, the staff stayed small, the back room stayed intimate. But in influence, in reputation, in the quiet way it changed how people thought about heroism. Heroes started coming. Not just the young ones, fresh from graduation and still figuring out who they wanted to be. Veteran heroes. Famous heroes. Heroes who'd spent decades fighting villains and never once considered that the real battle might be inside themselves. They came at night, mostly. Slip in through the back entrance, faces hidden, hoping no one would recognize them. Izuku held them all. He held a number 10 hero who'd watched his sidekick die and couldn't stop replaying the moment. Held him while he sobbed about failure and guilt and the unbearable weight of survival. He held a rescue specialist who'd saved hundreds but couldn't save her own brother. Held her while she screamed into a pillow, releasing years of suppressed grief. He held an underground hero who'd never told anyone about his childhood, the abuse, the neglect, the desperate loneliness that drove him into hero work. Held him while he shook with the effort of finally speaking truth. Each hero left different, lighter, more human, and each hero, in their own way, started changing the system from within. Gang Orca came on a Tuesday. He filled the doorway, massive and intimidating, but his eyes were those of a man who'd carried too much for too long. He sat on the reinforced couch, built specially for larger visitors, and stared at his hands. "I don't know why I'm here," he said. His voice was deep, rumbling, but uncertain. "Yes you do," Izuku said gently. A long pause. Then Gang Orca's shoulders began to shake. "I've lost 3 sidekicks in 5 years," he said. 3. Good kids. Good heroes. Dead because I couldn't protect them. Izuku waited. "The commission says I'm fine. My agency says I'm fine. Everyone says I'm fine because I keep working, keep fighting, keep saving people. But I'm not fine. I'm drowning. And no one sees it because I'm too big to drown." "You're not too big," Izuku said. "No one is." Gang Orca looked at him, really looked, and something in his massive frame cracked. "Can you?" He struggled with the words. "Can you just sit with me? I don't need to talk. I just need someone to see me. Really see me." Izuku sat beside him, close enough to feel the warmth radiating from his body. Not touching, not yet, but present. They sat like that for hours. When Gang Orca finally left, he paused at the door. "Thank you," he said. "For seeing me." "Always," Izuku replied. The changes were slow at first. A policy change here. A training update there. Heroes starting to talk about mental health in interviews, in speeches, in the quiet moments between battles. Then came the summit. The Hero Public Safety Commission, after years of resistance, finally agreed to host a national conference on hero mental health. They invited experts from every field, therapists, researchers, veteran heroes. And they invited Izuku Midoriya to give the keynote. The same keynote he'd given at UA. Now, to the entire hero community. The conference was held in Tokyo, in a massive convention center filled with thousands of heroes. Izuku stood backstage, listening to the hum of the crowd, feeling the familiar flutter of nerves. Bakugo appeared beside him. "You ready for this?" "No." "Good. Means you're taking it seriously." Bakugo's voice was rough, but his eyes were steady. "You're going to change things today, Deku. You know that, right?" Izuku looked at him. "I don't know about change. I just want them to listen. They'll listen." A pause. "I listened. Eventually." Before Izuku could respond, Bakugo did something unexpected. He pulled Izuku into a quick, fierce hug. Then released him just as fast. "Go be a hero," he said. "The real kind." He walked away before Izuku could react. The keynote lasted 90 minutes. Izuku talked about the war. About the children who died. About the guilt that almost destroyed him. He talked about the patio bench. About Sato. About the first time he held someone who needed holding. He talked about the sanctuary. About the students who came, night after night. About the fairy lights and blankets and the simple power of human presence. He talked about the leak. About the exposure. About the pain of watching vulnerable people hurt because of him. He talked about the peer support network. About the sanctuary agency. About Gang Orca, and Mrs. Todoroki, and all the heroes who'd come to him in darkness. And he talked about what came next. "We've spent a century building heroes who can fight anything," he said. Who can defeat any villain, survive any battle, overcome any obstacle? But we've forgotten the most important lesson of all. He paused, looking out at the silent crowd. Heroes are human. We break. We hurt. We drown. And the only thing that saves us, the only thing that's ever saved any of us, is each other. The silence stretched. Then someone started clapping. Then someone else. Then the entire convention center rose to their feet, applauding not just the words but the truth behind them. The truth they'd all experienced. The truth that connected them all. Izuku stood on that stage, tears streaming down his face, and let himself be seen. After the keynote, they came to him. Hundreds of heroes, veterans and rookies, famous and unknown, from every agency in the country. They came to thank him, to shake his hand, to tell him their own stories of pain and survival. He listened to each one, held space for each one, reminded each one that they weren't alone. And somewhere in the crowd, he saw a gang orca talking to a group of young heroes. Saw him gesturing, explaining, sharing the wisdom he'd gained from his own brokenness. The ripple effect, spreading outward, touching everyone. This was legacy. This was enough. That night, Izuku sat alone in his hotel room, exhausted but peaceful. His phone buzzed. A message from Todoroki. Mom wants to know if you're free for dinner next week. She says she wants to cook for you. I told her you'd say yes. He smiled, typed back, tell her I'd love to. Another buzz. Uraraka. Saw your speech online. Cried 3 times. You're ridiculous. I love you. Good night. Another. Kirishima. Dude, that was amazing. Kachan won't admit it but he's crying. I saw him. He's definitely crying. Another. Sato. Watched. With my support group. We all cried. Thank you for everything. Another. Dozens of others. Friends and strangers, heroes and civilians, people whose lives had been touched by the sanctuary. Izuku read each one, let each one sink in. Then he put down his phone and looked out the window at the Tokyo skyline. Millions of lives, millions of stories, millions of broken souls trying to survive. He couldn't save them all. No one could. But he could hold them. He could see them. He could remind them they weren't alone. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. Chapter 13. The Unexpected. Life at the Sanctuary Agency settled into a rhythm. Mornings were for paperwork, the endless documentation required by the commission, by insurance companies, by the simple fact of existing as a legal entity. Afternoons were for training, teaching new peer supporters, running workshops for hero agencies, spreading the philosophy of presence. Evenings were for visitors, the steady stream of broken souls who found their way to the warehouse. And nights were for the back room. The fairy lights still flickered. The blankets still smelled faintly of lavender. The couch still held the weight of countless bodies seeking comfort. Izuku still sat there, waiting, holding, being present. But something had changed. The visitors kept coming. The work kept happening. The ripple effects kept spreading. And somewhere in the midst of it all, Izuku realized he was happy. Not the desperate happiness of his youth, the joy of survival, of achievement, of proving himself. Something quieter. Something deeper. The happiness of purpose fulfilled, of meaning found, of connection sustained. He was happy. The realization surprised him so much he laughed out loud, alone in the back room, startling himself. The door opened. Bakugo walked in. He did that less often now. Both of them were busy, both of them had lives that pulled them in different directions. But when he came, it meant something. It always meant something. You're laughing alone in the dark, Bakugo said. That's either really good or really bad. Really good, I think. Izuku smiled. I'm happy, Kachan. I just realized it. Bakugo stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he sat beside him on the couch. He struggled for words. That's good, Deku. You deserve it. You do too, you know. Bakugo looked away. I'm working on it. They sat in comfortable silence, shoulders touching, watching the fairy lights dance. The unexpected came 3 days later. Izuku was in the middle of a training session, teaching a group of young heroes about active listening, when his phone buzzed with an emergency alert. He ignored it, as he always did during sessions. But it buzzed again, and again. He glanced at the screen. All sanctuary personnel report immediately. Mass casualty event. Multiple victims needing support. His blood ran cold. Session cancelled, he said, standing. Emergency. Everyone to your stations. The young heroes stared at him, confused, then frightened. What happened? Someone asked. I don't know yet, but we're about to find out. The news came in fragments. A villain attack at a shopping mall. Dozens dead. Hundreds injured. Thousands traumatized. First responders overwhelmed. Hospitals overflowing. The city in chaos. And somewhere in the midst of it, survivors wandering the streets, shocked and bleeding and desperately alone. The sanctuary agency mobilized. Every peer supporter. Every counselor. Every volunteer who'd ever trained with them. They fanned out across the city, not to fight, that was for other heroes, but to find. To hold. To be present for people whose worlds had just ended. Izuku found a child first. A girl, maybe 7 years old, sitting on a curb outside the cordoned-off mall. She was covered in dust, blank-eyed, clutching a stuffed rabbit that had seen better days. No parents in sight. No one stopping to help. He approached slowly, carefully, not wanting to startle her. Hi there, he said softly. I'm Izuku. What's your name? She didn't respond, didn't move, just stared at nothing. He sat on the curb beside her, maintaining a respectful distance. That's okay. You don't have to talk. I'll just sit here with you for a while. Minutes passed. The chaos continued around them, ambulances, police, shouting, crying. But on this small patch of curb, there was silence. Then, slowly, the girl leaned. Just a fraction. Just enough for her shoulder to press against his arm. Izuku didn't move, didn't speak, just let her lean. Hours later, the girl was reunited with her parents. They found her at a temporary shelter, still clutching her rabbit, still pressed against Izuku's side. The mother collapsed, sobbing, gathering her daughter into her arms. The father stood frozen, overwhelmed, unable to process. Izuku stood slowly, giving them space. Thank you, the father managed. Thank you for staying with her. She was very brave, Izuku said. She didn't cry, didn't panic, just waited. The father looked at him with desperate eyes. How do we help her? After this, we don't know what to do. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a card. The sanctuary agency's information, plus a list of child trauma specialists. Call this number, he said. They'll help you figure it out. And remember, she needs you to be present more than she needs you to be perfect. Just be there. That's the most important thing. The father clutched the card like a lifeline. The next 3 days were a blur. Izuku moved from site to site, finding the lost and the broken, sitting with them until help arrived. He held a teenager who'd watched her best friend die. Sat with an old man whose wife hadn't made it out. Stayed present for a first responder who couldn't stop shaking. Each person took a piece of him. Each person gave something back, a moment of connection, a spark of humanity in the darkness. By the third night, he was running on fumes and adrenaline. He found himself at the warehouse, in the back room, alone. The fairy lights flickered gently. The blankets smelled like lavender. The couch welcomed his exhausted body. He sat there, staring at nothing, trying to process everything he'd seen. The door opened. Bakugo walked in. He looked terrible, exhausted, dust-covered, dark circles under his eyes. He'd been working rescue operations for 3 days straight, pulling people from rubble, fighting fires, doing what heroes did. They looked at each other. Then, without a word, Bakugo crossed the room and sat beside him. Pulled him close. Held him against his side. Izuku's resistance crumbled. He cried. Finally cried. For the child on the curb, for the teenager who'd lost her friend, for the old man whose wife was gone, for all the broken souls he'd held and couldn't save and would carry forever. Bakugo held him through all of it. Didn't speak. Didn't offer solutions. Just held. And somehow, that was enough. Dawn came slowly. They were still on the couch, still tangled together, when light began to filter through the small window. Izuku stirred, disoriented, then remembered. Kachan. A grunt. Bakugo was awake too, had probably been awake for hours but hadn't moved. We should, Izuku started. Should nothing. Bakugo's voice was rough. The world can wait another hour. Stay here. Izuku stared at him. Don't make me say it again. Slowly, carefully, Izuku relaxed back against him. They stayed there, in the quiet, in the dark, holding each other while the world rebuilt itself outside. Chapter 14. The Healing. The weeks after the mall attack were the hardest of Izuku's career. Not because of the work was familiar, the work was what he'd trained for. But because of the weight. The cumulative weight of hundreds of broken souls, each one leaving a mark, each one taking a piece of him. He learned to cope, learned to set boundaries, something he'd never been good at. Learned to take breaks, something he'd always resisted. Learned to let others carry the load, something that felt like failure but wasn't. And he learned, slowly, painfully, to let himself be held. Bakugo made sure of that. He showed up at the warehouse every night now. Not to talk, they rarely talked, but to sit. To lean. To be present. He'd become Izuku's anchor, the steady presence that kept him from drifting into the darkness. They never talked about it. Never named it. Never acknowledged what was growing between them. But it was there. Quiet and steady and undeniable. The child from the curb came to the sanctuary agency 3 weeks after the attack. Her name was Hana. She was 7 years old, small for her age, with eyes that held too much for someone so young. Her parents brought her, desperate and hopeful, having tried everything else. She won't talk, her mother explained. Not since that day. She just sits and stares. The therapists say she needs time, but, her voice broke. We're running out of time. She's disappearing. Izuku knelt in front of Hana, meeting her eyes. Hi Hana. Remember me? From the curb. A flicker of recognition. Nothing more. I'm glad you came, he said. We have a special room here. With pretty lights and soft blankets. Would you like to see it? Hana didn't respond, but when Izuku stood and offered his hand, she took it. The back room worked its magic. Hana sat on the couch, looking at the fairy lights with something like wonder. Izuku sat nearby, not too close, not too far. Just present. 20 minutes passed in silence. Then Hana spoke. The bunny got dirty. Izuku's heart stopped. Your bunny. The one you were holding. A small nod. Mommy washed it. But it's not the same. No, I suppose it's not. More silence. Then, I saw bad things. I know. Are they always in my head now? Izuku thought carefully about his answer. They might be. For a while. But they get quieter. And other things get louder. Good things. Like your bunny. Like your mommy and daddy. Like fairy lights. Hana looked at him. Really looked. Do you have bad things in your head? Many. Did they get quieter? Every day. Not gone. But quieter. She considered this. Then, slowly, she moved closer. Leaned against his side. Izuku put his arm around her carefully, gently, letting her set the boundaries. They sat like that until her parents returned. Hana came back every week. Each time, she talked a little more. Smiled a little more. Came out of her shell a little further. Her parents cried with gratitude. The therapists marveled at her progress. Izuku knew it wasn't him. It was the connection. The safety. The simple knowledge that someone would sit with her in the darkness and not run away. That was the magic. That was always the magic. The night after Hana's 6th visit, Izuku sat in the back room and thought about legacy. He'd spent so long worrying about being a hero. About fighting villains. About carrying one for all and All Might's expectations. But this quiet work, this holding of broken souls, this was what mattered. This was what would outlast him. The door opened. Bakugo walked in. He didn't sit immediately, which was unusual. Instead, he stood in the doorway, looking at Izuku with an expression that held something new. Something vulnerable. I've been thinking, Bakugo said. Dangerous. Shut up. But there was no heat in it. I've been thinking about us. Izuku's heart stuttered. Us. This. Bakugo gestured vaguely. Whatever this is. The sitting. The holding. The being here. Izuku waited, afraid to breathe. I don't know what I'm doing, Bakugo admitted. I've never done this before. Never let anyone close. Never wanted to. He paused, struggling. But with you, it's different. You've always been different. Kachan. Let me finish. Bakugo's voice was rough. I'm not good at words. Not like you. But I need you to know. He stopped. Started again. You're the most important person in my life. You have been for years. And I'm tired of pretending that's not true. The silence that followed was profound. Izuku stood slowly, crossed the room, stopped in front of Bakugo. You're an idiot, he said softly. I know. The biggest idiot I've ever met. I know. But you're my idiot. Izuku reached out, took Bakugo's hand. You've been my idiot since we were 4 years old. I just didn't know it until now. Bakugo stared at their joined hands. Then, slowly, he looked up. Yeah. They stood there for a long moment, hands clasped, hearts pounding. Then Bakugo pulled him close and kissed him. It wasn't gentle, it was Bakugo, nothing was gentle. But it was real, honest. Years of unspoken feeling poured into a single moment. When they finally broke apart, both were trembling. I don't know how to do this, Bakugo admitted. Neither do I. Then we'll figure it out together. Izuku smiled, the real smile, the one he couldn't fake. Together. They sat on the couch, tangled together, watching the fairy lights flicker. Outside, the city hummed with life, villains and heroes, victims and survivors, the endless cycle of pain and healing. Inside, two broken men held each other in the darkness. And for the first time, they weren't just holding. They were home. Chapter 15, The New Normal. Life with Bakugo was unexpected. Izuku had imagined many things about their relationship over the years. If he was honest with himself, he'd imagined quite a lot. But the reality defied imagination. Bakugo was surprisingly domestic. He cooked. He cleaned. He grumbled about everything but did it anyway. He left notes on the fridge, angry notes, mostly, about expired milk and empty cartons, but notes nonetheless. He showed up with takeout on nights when Izuku forgot to eat. He sat in the back room during difficult sessions, not interfering, just present, ready if needed. He was also surprisingly affectionate. Not in public, never in public. But in private, in the quiet moments between everything, he touched constantly. A hand on Izuku's shoulder. An arm around his waist. A forehead pressed against his neck while they watched TV. He craved contact the way a drowning person craved air, and Izuku gave it freely, joyfully, amazed at this new side of someone he'd known his whole life. You're staring, Bakugo said one night, not looking up from his phone. You're beautiful. Bakugo's ears turned red. Shut up. Make me. Bakugo looked up, eyes blazing with something that wasn't anger. Then he put down his phone and made Izuku shut up very effectively indeed. The sanctuary agency kept growing. More heroes came for training. More civilians came for support. More students came to learn the philosophy of presence. The warehouse expanded, adding rooms and staff and resources. The back room stayed the same, fairy lights, blankets, the couch where so many had been held. Izuku still spent his nights there, but now he wasn't alone. Bakugo had taken over the corner, the one with the small desk where he did paperwork, pretending not to watch, watching everything. He'd become an unofficial part of the agency, handling logistics and security and the occasional difficult visitor who needed someone less gentle. They worked well together. They always had. The first fight happened 6 months in. It was stupid, they were both exhausted, both stressed, both running on empty. Bakugo said something sharp. Izuku responded sharper. Words escalated. Doors slammed. Izuku ended up in the back room, alone, shaking with anger and hurt and fear that this was it, this was the end, he'd finally pushed too far. The door opened. Bakugo stood there, looking wrecked. I'm sorry, he said. The words came out rough, broken. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I don't want to fight. I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose you. Izuku's anger crumbled. Come here, he said. Bakugo crossed the room in 3 strides. Collapsed onto the couch beside him. Buried his face in Izuku's neck. They held each other for a long time. I'm scared, Bakugo whispered. So quiet Izuku almost didn't hear. I'm scared all the time. That you'll realize you deserve better. That you'll leave. That I'll ruin this like I ruin everything. Izuku's heart broke. Listen to me, he said firmly. You're not going to ruin this. I'm not going to leave. We're going to fight and make up and fight again because that's what people do. But we're not going to end. Do you understand? Bakugo shook against him. Kachan. Look at me. Slowly, Bakugo lifted his head. His eyes were red, his face wet with tears Izuku had rarely seen. I love you, Izuku said. I've loved you since we were kids, even when I didn't know what it meant. I love your anger and your sharp edges and your ridiculous pride. I love the way you cook breakfast and leave angry notes and pretend not to care when you care more than anyone. I love you. And I'm not going anywhere. Bakugo stared at him. You mean that? I mean that. Another long moment. Then Bakugo kissed him, fierce and desperate and full of everything he couldn't say. They stayed in the back room all night. The next morning, they woke tangled together on the couch, stiff and sore but peaceful. Bakugo's phone buzzed. He ignored it. Work, Izuku murmured. Can wait. Emergency. Not our emergency. Bakugo pulled him closer. 5 more minutes. Izuku smiled against his chest. You're getting soft. Tell anyone and I'll deny it. They lay there, in the quiet, in the light, holding each other. The new normal. Better than anything Izuku had imagined. Chapter 16, The Wedding. They didn't plan it. Heroes didn't plan things like weddings. There was always a crisis, always an emergency, always something more important. So they let the years slide by, content with what they had, not needing ceremony to prove anything. Until the commission called. Hero Public Safety Commission Annual Gala. Bakugo read from the invitation, discussed evident. Formal attire. Media presence. Award ceremony. He looked up. Absolutely not. We have to go, Izuku said. They're honoring the sanctuary agency. Then you go. I'll stay here and they're honoring both of us. The agency's co-founders. Izuku smiled. That's you, by the way. Whether you like it or not. Bakugo's expression shifted through several stages of outrage before settling on resignation. Fine, but I'm not wearing a tux. You're definitely wearing a tux. I'll set it on fire. You'll look amazing and you know it. The gala was held at a grand hotel in downtown Tokyo. Heroes filled the ballroom, famous faces, famous names, all glittering under chandeliers. Izuku moved through the crowd, shaking hands, accepting congratulations, doing the social dance he'd never been good at. Bakugo lurked at the edges, looking magnificent and miserable in his tuxedo. You're not going to hide all night, Izuku said, appearing at his side. Watch me. The award. You can accept it. You're better with words. Izuku took his hand, squeezed gently. I'm better with you. Beside me. Bakugo looked at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. The awards ceremony proceeded through predictable categories: most villains defeated, most civilians rescued, most innovative technique. Heroes accepted trophies, gave speeches, posed for photos. Then came the final category. The Sanctuary Award, the presenter announced, for outstanding contribution to hero mental health and peer support. Presented to Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo, founders of the Sanctuary Agency. The crowd applauded. Izuku walked to the stage, pulling Bakugo with him. They stood together under the lights, holding hands, facing hundreds of their peers. Thank you, Izuku began. This award means more than you know. But it's not really for us. It's for everyone who's ever come to the sanctuary. Everyone who's been brave enough to ask for help. Everyone who's held someone in the darkness. He paused, looking at Bakugo. And it's for him. For showing up every night, even when he didn't know why. For being my anchor when I was drowning. For loving me when I couldn't love myself. Bakugo's ears turned red. His hand tightened on Izuku's. I love you, Izuku said. Not to the crowd, to him. I've loved you my whole life. And I want to spend the rest of it with you. The crowd gasped. Bakugo stared at him, frozen. I know this isn't planned, Izuku continued, nervous now. I know we said we didn't need ceremony. But standing here, in front of everyone who matters. I realized I want the world to know. I want to say it out loud. I want to make it official. He reached into his pocket, the pocket of his hero costume, which he'd worn under the formal jacket, and pulled out a small box. I've been carrying this for 3 years, he admitted. Waiting for the right moment. I think this is it. He opened the box. Inside, 2 simple bands, one silver, one gold, gleamed under the chandeliers. Katsuki Bakugo, Izuku said, voice shaking. Will you marry me? The silence in the ballroom was absolute. Bakugo looked at the rings. Looked at Izuku. Looked at the hundreds of heroes watching. You absolute idiot, he said. But his voice cracked on the words. You complete and utter disaster of a human being. Is that a yes? Bakugo pulled him close. Kissed him in front of everyone. Held him like he'd never let go. Yes, he whispered against Izuku's lips. Yes, you ridiculous nerd. Yes. The crowd erupted. They got married 3 months later. Small ceremony. Back room of the sanctuary agency. Fairy lights and blankets and the couch where so many had been held. Uraraka was maid of honor. Todoroki was best man. The guests were the people who'd mattered most, the ones who'd come to the sanctuary, the ones who'd been held, the ones who'd learned to hold others. Hannah, now 12 years old and thriving, was Flower Girl. Mrs. Todoroki, steady and smiling, cried through the whole ceremony. Gang Orca, massive and gentle, handed them the rings. And when they kissed, when Izuku and Bakugo finally, officially, permanently became each other's, the room filled with cheers and tears and the overwhelming sense that something beautiful had just happened. That night, they sat alone in the back room, still in their wedding clothes, watching the fairy lights flicker. "I can't believe you proposed at the gala," Bakugo said. "I can't believe you said yes. Always was going to say yes. Just took you long enough to ask." Izuku laughed, leaned against him. "I love you. I know." A pause. "Love you too. Even if you're an idiot." They sat in comfortable silence, holding each other, home at last. Outside, the city hummed with life, villains and heroes, victims and survivors, the endless cycle of pain and healing. Inside, two broken men who'd found each other held on tight. And somehow, that was everything. Chapter 17, The Family. 5 years after the wedding, the Sanctuary Agency received an unexpected request. A letter, handwritten on simple paper, delivered by a young woman with tired eyes and a familiar look of desperate hope. "Dear Midoriya-san and Bakugo-san. My name is Takahashi Mei. I'm a social worker at Musutafu Children's Home. We have a child here who needs more than we can give. His name is Kenji. He's 7 years old. His quirk manifested during a villain attack that killed his parents. Now he can't control it. Every time he gets scared, he becomes intangible. He falls through floors, through walls, through people trying to hold him. He hasn't been held in 6 months. He's starving for contact but terrified of it. He's disappearing, literally and figuratively. I've heard about your work. About the sanctuary. About what you do for people no one else can reach. Please, help him." Izuku read the letter 3 times. Then handed it to Bakugo. "We have to," he said. Bakugo read it, expression dark. "His quirk. If he phases when scared. Then we help him not be scared. It's not that simple. Nothing is. But we have to try." Bakugo looked at him for a long moment. Then nodded. "We try." Kenji arrived at the Sanctuary Agency 3 days later. He was small, too small for 7, malnourished from stress. His eyes were huge in his thin face, darting everywhere, never settling. He clutched a worn backpack like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. Mei, the social worker, hovered behind him, anxious. "He's had a bad week," she said quietly. 3 episodes. Fell through his bed, through the floor, through another child. He's terrified of hurting someone. Izuku knelt, maintaining distance, making himself small. "Hi Kenji. I'm Izuku. This is Katsuki. We're here to help." Kenji's eyes flickered to him, then away. "You don't have to talk," Izuku continued. "You don't have to do anything. We just want you to know, you're safe here. Nothing bad is going to happen." A tiny flinch at safe. The word had probably been used before, in places where it wasn't true. Bakugo spoke from behind. "We have a room, with soft lights and blankets. No one will touch you unless you want them to. You can just be there. See how it feels." Kenji looked at Bakugo, at his sharp edges, his rough voice, his unexpected gentleness. "Okay," he whispered. The first word he'd spoken. The back room worked its magic slowly. Kenji sat on the floor, not the couch, wanting space between himself and comfort. He stared at the fairy lights for hours, not speaking, barely moving. Izuku sat nearby, present but not pressing. Bakugo lurked in his corner, doing paperwork, pretending not to watch. The first breakthrough came on day 3. Kenji spoke without prompting. "My mom used to sing to me before bed." Izuku's heart ached. What did she sing? A long pause. Then, softly, Kenji hummed a few bars of a lullaby. His voice cracked on the notes. "That's beautiful," Izuku said. "She's dead. Flat. Empty. They're both dead. And I fell through them when it happened. I couldn't hold them. I couldn't." His voice broke. His body flickered, becoming translucent, unstable. "Kenji." Izuku's voice was calm, steady. "Look at me." Kenji looked. His eyes were wild, desperate. "You're safe. You're here. No one's going to hurt you. Just breathe with me, okay? In and out, in and out." Kenji's breathing hitched, slowed. His body solidified. There you go, Izuku said. You did it. You came back. Kenji stared at his own hands, solid, real, present. I came back, he whispered. Progress was slow. Kenji stayed at the sanctuary agency, in a small room they'd converted for him. May visited daily, then weekly, then monthly as his need for her decreased. He attended therapy. He practiced grounding techniques. He learned to recognize the signs of an impending episode and call for help before he disappeared. But the hardest part, the part no therapy could fix, was touch. He craved it. Izuku could see it in the way he leaned toward people, then flinched away. In the way he watched other children hug their parents with hungry eyes. In the way he curled into himself at night, alone, desperate for contact he couldn't risk. He needs to be held, Izuku told Bakugo one night. But every time someone tries, he phases. Then we need to make him safe enough not to phase. How? Bakugo was quiet for a moment. Then, start small. Hand on shoulder. Brief contact. Let him set the pace. Build trust until his body learns that touch doesn't mean danger. Izuku looked at him. When did you get so good at this? Bakugo's ears reddened. Been watching you for 20 years. Picked up a few things. They started the next day. Izuku sat beside Kenji during their usual session. Didn't mention what he was about to do. Just waited for a natural moment. Kenji was talking about school, a new subject, a sign of progress, when Izuku reached out and placed his hand gently on Kenji's shoulder. Kenji froze. His body flickered, started to fade. Kenji. Izuku's voice was calm. You're safe. It's just my hand. Nothing bad is happening. Feel the weight of it. Solid. Real. Safe. Kenji's breathing quickened. His body flickered more. Then, slowly, he began to breathe. In and out. In and out. His body solidified. Izuku left his hand where it was. Didn't move. Didn't press. Just stayed present. Kenji looked at the hand on his shoulder. Looked at Izuku. His eyes filled with tears. You're still here, he whispered. I'm still here. And so are you. Kenji's face crumpled. He cried. Really cried, for the first time since arriving. Izuku pulled him close, careful, gentle, letting Kenji set the boundaries. Kenji didn't phase. He just cried, and let himself be held. That night, Izuku sat in the back room with Bakugo, exhausted but hopeful. He did it, Izuku said. He let me hold him. Saw. Bakugo's voice was rough. Good work. It's not me. It's him. He's so brave. Bakugo looked at him, really looked, and something soft passed through his eyes. So are you, he said. Bravest person I know. Izuku leaned against him. Love you. I know. A pause. Love you too. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the fairy lights, holding each other. Kenji stayed at the sanctuary agency for 2 years. By the end, he could be held without phasing. Could hug his foster parents. Yes, he'd been placed with a wonderful family who'd been trained in his needs. Could fall asleep in someone's arms and stay solid through the night. He still had episodes. Still struggled. Still carried the trauma of losing his parents in the worst possible way. But he wasn't alone anymore. He had people who understood. People who would hold him through anything. On his last day at the agency, he gave Izuku a gift. A drawing. Crude but beautiful, 3 figures under fairy lights. 1 small, 2 larger. Holding hands. Underneath, in wobbly letters, thank you for holding me. Izuku framed it. Hung it in the back room, where everyone could see. The family had grown. Chapter 18, The Legacy. 20 years after the first night on the patio bench, Izuku Midoriya stood in front of UA High School and felt time collapse. He was 62 now. His hair had gone gray, his joints ached, his quirk had faded to a whisper of what it once was. But his eyes, green and bright as ever, still saw everything. Beside him, Bakugo Katsuki leaned on a cane and pretended he didn't need it. You're crying, Bakugo said. I'm not. Your face is wet. Allergies. You're allergic to nothing. You're crying. Izuku laughed, the same laugh he'd had since childhood, unchanged by decades. Fine. I'm crying. Happy. Bakugo's hand found his. Squeezed gently. Always. They'd been invited to the dedication of a new building. The Midoriya Bakugo Sanctuary Center, a facility for hero mental health, built on UA grounds, designed to serve generations of students. It had counseling rooms and support groups and a special room with fairy lights and blankets, just like the original. The ceremony was small, family only. Uraraka, now a famous hero with her own agency, stood with her wife and children. Todoroki, retired from active duty, had brought his mother, still alive and thriving at 90. Gang Orca, massive and gray, had flown in from his agency overseas. And Kenji, grown now, a hero himself, with a family of his own, stood in the front row, tears streaming down his face. "You okay?" Izuku asked him. Kenji nodded, unable to speak. He held up his hand, the one that had learned to be solid again, and showed Izuku the bracelet he wore. A simple band with a charm, a small origami crane. Izuku's throat tightened. The dedication speech was given by the current UA principal, a young woman who'd been a student when the sanctuary first started. She spoke about the impact of peer support, about the lives saved, about the legacy of two boys who dared to hold each other in the darkness. Then she invited Izuku to speak. He walked to the podium slowly, feeling every one of his 62 years. Looked out at the crowd, family, friends, strangers whose lives had been touched by the work. "When I was a student here," he began, "I thought being a hero meant fighting. Meant winning. Meant never breaking." He paused, letting the words settle. "I was wrong. Being a hero means showing up. It means staying when everything falls apart. It means holding someone in the darkness and letting them hold you back." His voice caught. He pressed on. "I learned that from all of you. From every person who trusted me enough to be vulnerable. From every broken soul who taught me that healing is possible. From everyone who kept showing up, night after night, until the darkness didn't seem so dark anymore." He looked at Bakugo, at the man who'd been his anchor for 40 years, who still sat beside him every night, who still held him through everything. "This building is named for both of us. But it belongs to all of you. To everyone who's ever been held in the darkness. To everyone who's ever done the holding. To everyone who understands that we don't heal alone." He stepped back from the podium. The crowd rose to their feet. After the ceremony, they gathered in the special room. Fairy lights. Blankets. The same couch they'd had in the original sanctuary, moved here for continuity. It held the weight of decades, of countless bodies, countless tears, countless moments of connection. Kenji sat beside Izuku, still wearing his crane bracelet. "I brought someone," he said quietly. "Hope that's okay." A girl appeared in the doorway. Young, maybe 10, with tired eyes and bandaged hands. She clutched a stuffed rabbit, worn, loved, familiar. Izuku's heart stopped. "This is Hana," Kenji said. "My daughter. She's been having a hard time." Hana. The same name. The same rabbit. The same desperate hope in young eyes. Izuku knelt, feeling his age, not caring. "Hi Hana. I'm Izuku. Your dad and I are old friends." She looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression softened. "Daddy said you helped him. When he was little like me. I tried. He did all the hard work himself." She considered this. "Then, can you help me too?" Izuku opened his arms. "If you want. But only if you want." Hana looked at her father. Kenji nodded. Tears streaming, she crossed the room slowly. Stopped in front of Izuku. Then, carefully, she leaned into his arms. He held her. Gently. Present. Just like he'd held her father, 20 years ago. The fairy lights flickered above them. The circle continued. That night, Izuku and Bakugo sat alone in the special room. The building was quiet. The ceremony was over. The guests had gone home. Just them, and the fairy lights, and the weight of everything they'd built. "Full circle," Bakugo said. "Not full." Continuing. Izuku leaned against him. Hana's generation now. Then hers. On and on. Always were optimistic. Learned from the best. Izuku smiled. "You taught me that hope wasn't weakness." Bakugo snorted. "I taught you nothing. You were always like this." "Maybe. But you made it safe to be." They sat in comfortable silence, holding each other, watching the lights. Outside, UA hummed with new students, new dreams, new broken souls learning to heal. The sanctuary would be there for them. The work would continue. Inside, two old men who'd started it all held on tight. And somehow, that was everything. Chapter 19, The Goodbye. Bakugo died on a Tuesday. It was peaceful as someone like Bakugo could manage. He'd been declining for months, his body finally surrendering to decades of hard living and harder fighting. Izuku had been at his side the whole time, holding his hand, refusing to let go. In the final moments, Bakugo opened his eyes and looked at him. "Hey, Deku. Hey, Kachan. Wasn't so bad. This life." "No, it wasn't." Bakugo's hand tightened. "You were the best part. You know that." Izuku's vision blurred. "You too." A small smile, rare, precious, unforgettable. "Good." His eyes closed. His hand went slack. And Izuku Midoriya, 68 years old, held his husband's body and cried like he hadn't cried since he was a child. The funeral was huge. Heroes came from everywhere, former students, former colleagues, people whose lives had been touched by Bakugo's sharp edges and hidden heart. They filled the sanctuary building, spilling into the streets, standing in silence to honor the man who'd pretended not to care but cared more than anyone. Izuku spoke at the ceremony. His voice was steady. His hands were not. "Katsuki Bakugo was the most infuriating person I've ever known," he began. "He was loud and proud and impossible. He never said what he meant unless you knew how to listen. He pushed everyone away and hoped someone would push back." He paused, looking out at the crowd. "I pushed back. For 40 years, I pushed back. And he let me. He let me see the parts of him no one else got to see. The soft parts. The scared parts. The parts that needed holding." His voice cracked. "He was my anchor. My home. My everything. And I don't know how to be in a world without him." He stopped, breathed, continued. "But I know what he'd say if he were here. He'd call me an idiot for crying. He'd tell me to stop being dramatic. And then he'd hold me, because that's what he always did. In his own way. In the only way he knew how." A tear slipped down his cheek. "So I'm going to keep going. Because that's what he'd want. And I'm going to keep holding people, because that's what he taught me, that showing up matters, that presence matters, that love matters. Even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts." He stepped back from the podium. The crowd rose to their feet. The days after the funeral were the hardest of Izuku's life. The house was empty. The bed was too big. The silence was deafening. He moved through routines on autopilot, eating when Uraraka reminded him, sleeping when exhaustion claimed him, working when he couldn't bear to sit still. But at night, he sat in the back room. The fairy lights still flickered. The blankets still smelled like lavender. The couch still held the weight of countless bodies. But Bakugo's corner was empty. Izuku sat alone, night after night, waiting for a presence that wouldn't come. Then, one night, the door opened. Kenji stood there, older now, graying at the temples. Behind him, Hana, grown, with children of her own. "Oji-san," Kenji said softly. "Can we sit with you?" Izuku nodded, unable to speak. They crossed the room slowly. Sat beside him on the couch. Kenji on one side, Hana on the other. Close enough to touch, but not touching, giving him space, letting him choose. Minutes passed. Then, slowly, Izuku leaned. First against Kenji. Then, reaching out, he took Hana's hand. They sat like that for hours. 3 generations, holding each other in the darkness. And somehow, the weight began to lift. Chapter 20, the continuation. 10 years after Bakugo's death, Izuku Midoriya turned 80. He was frail now, his body finally surrendering to time, but his eyes were still bright, his spirit still strong. He lived in a small apartment above the sanctuary, surrounded by photos and memories and the constant flow of visitors. Kenji visited every day. Hana brought her children, Bakugo's great-grandchildren, in everything but blood. They called him Oji-san, and climbed into his lap and listened to stories about the old days. He told them about the first night on the patio bench. About Sato, who'd cried and been held. About the fairy lights and blankets and the sanctuary that grew from one broken moment. He told them about Bakugo. About the angry boy who'd become his anchor. About the love that had saved them both. Was he scary? Little Haruki asked, eyes wide. The scariest, Izuku said. But only on the outside. Inside, he was soft. Like a crab. Crabs aren't soft. Some are. The best ones. The sanctuary had grown beyond anything Izuku had imagined. It was an international organization now, with branches in dozens of countries. It trained peer supporters, ran crisis hotlines, advocated for mental health awareness. It had saved countless lives, touched countless souls, changed countless futures. But the heart of it was still here. In this small room, with these fairy lights and blankets. Izuku sat there every night, waiting for visitors. They still came, broken souls seeking comfort, just like always. He held them when he could. Listened when he couldn't. Was present, always present, the way he'd learned to be so long ago. One night, a young hero came. She was maybe 20, trembling, unable to speak. Izuku recognized the look, the weight of something unbearable, carried alone for too long. He gestured to the couch. She sat. Minutes passed in silence. Then she spoke. I watched my partner die today. Villain attack. I couldn't save him. Izuku's heart ached. I've heard that's supposed to get easier, she continued, voice shaking. With time. With help. But right now, it just hurts. It hurts so much. It will hurt for a while, Izuku said gently. Maybe forever. But it will also get softer. The sharp edges will smooth. The memories will stop stabbing and start warming. How do you know? He thought about Bakugo. About the 10 years without him. About the pain that had become bearable, the grief that had become love. Because I've been where you are. And I'm still here. Still hurting. Still loving. Still living. She looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression shifted. Can you? She hesitated. Can you just sit with me? For a while. I don't want to be alone. Izuku smiled. I'll sit with you as long as you need. They sat together in the darkness, two broken souls holding space for each other. The fairy lights flickered gently. The work continued. Chapter 21, The Final Lesson. Izuku Midoriya died on a spring morning, surrounded by family. Kenji held his right hand. Hana held his left. Her children sat at the foot of the bed, young and confused but present, because that's what Oji-san had taught them, presence matters. His breathing slowed. His eyes fluttered open one last time. Kachan, he whispered. And then he smiled, the real smile, the one that reached his eyes, and was gone. The funeral was small, by request. Just family. Just the people who'd loved him most. They gathered in the back room, the original one, with the fairy lights and blankets, and shared stories and tears and the quiet comfort of being together. Kenji spoke first. He saved my life, he said. Not by fighting villains or winning battles. By sitting with me in the darkness. By holding me when I couldn't hold myself. By showing me that I wasn't alone. He looked at his daughter, his grandchildren, the legacy of love that stretched before him. That's what he taught all of us. That we don't heal alone. That presence matters. That holding someone in their darkest moment is the most heroic thing any of us can do. Hana spoke next. He held me too, she said. When I was small and scared and couldn't stop phasing. He sat with me for hours, days, weeks. Never gave up. Never got frustrated. Just stayed. She touched the crane bracelet on her wrist, the one her father had given her, the one that connected them all. That's his legacy. Not a building or an award or a name in history books. It's this. It's us. It's everyone he held who learned to hold others. One by one, they spoke. Shared. Remembered. And when the last story was told, they sat together in silence, holding each other in the darkness. Just like he'd taught them. After the funeral, Kenji sat alone in the back room. The fairy lights still flickered. The blankets still smelled like lavender. The couch still held the weight of countless bodies. He thought about Izuku. About the first night on the patio bench, when he'd been a scared first year and Izuku had held him without asking questions. About the years that followed, the sanctuary, the healing, the family they'd built together. About the last moment, when Izuku had whispered Bakugo's name and smiled. They're together now, Kenji said to the empty room. Wherever they are. Probably arguing. He laughed softly. Then cried softly. Then sat in silence, letting himself feel it all. The door opened. Hana stood there, her own children behind her. Brought reinforcements, she said gently. Thought you might need holding. Kenji looked at his family, his daughter, his grandchildren, the living proof of everything Izuku had built. Yeah, he said. I think I do. They crossed the room slowly. Sat beside him on the couch. Held him in the darkness. The circle continued. Chapter 22, The Legacy Lives. 50 years after Izuku Midoriya's death, the sanctuary was still there. The building had been renovated many times, expanded and updated, but the heart remained, a small room with fairy lights and blankets, open to anyone who needed holding. Kenji was long gone. Hana was gone. Their children were elderly now, passing the legacy to their own descendants. But the work continued. A young hero sat in the back room, trembling, unable to speak. She'd seen things no one should see. Lost people no one should lose. Carried weight no one should carry alone. The door opened. An old woman entered, small, frail, but with eyes that held decades of wisdom. She sat beside the young hero without speaking. Just present. Just waiting. Minutes passed. Then the young hero spoke. I don't know how to do this. Any of this. I don't know how to keep going. The old woman nodded. No one does. At first. Then how do you learn? You learn by watching others. By letting them hold you. By holding them in return. The old woman smiled gently. My great-grandfather taught me that. He learned it from someone else. And they learned it from someone else. All the way back to the beginning. The beginning. A boy on a patio bench. A long time ago. He didn't know what he was starting. He just knew someone needed holding. The young hero looked at her, really looked, and something shifted in her expression. What was his name? Midoriya Izuku. But everyone called him the Cuddle Monster. The old woman laughed softly. He would have hated that nickname. And loved it. He was complicated. The young hero almost smiled. Almost. Can you? She hesitated. Can you tell me about him? While we sit here. The old woman nodded. Reached out. Took her hand. I'd love to. They sat together in the darkness, two broken souls connected across generations, while the story passed from one to another. The fairy lights flickered gently. The work continued. And somewhere, Izuku Midoriya, the Cuddle Monster, the sanctuary hero, the boy who'd learned that holding others meant being held in return, smiled. Because this was legacy. This was enough. Chapter 23, The First Night, Epilogue, Part 1. The patio bench was cold. Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, sat alone in the darkness and stared at nothing. His mind replayed the hospital hallway. The screams. The dust. The faces of children he couldn't save. He didn't hear the footsteps approaching. Hey! He turned. A boy stood there, small, with tired eyes and bandaged hands. First year. Class 1B. Name. Sato, the boy said, as if reading his mind. From 1B. I couldn't sleep either. Izuku should have said something reassuring. Should have been the future symbol of peace everyone expected. Instead, he just nodded and looked away. Sato sat on the other end of the bench. Silence stretched between them. Uncomfortable. Heavy. Then Sato started crying. Not loud sobs. Just silent tears, tracking down his cheeks like rain on a window. He tried to hide them, turning away, wiping frantically at his face. I'm sorry, he gasped. I'm sorry, I don't know why, I haven't cried since, I'm sorry. Something broke inside Izuku. He moved without thinking. One moment he was sitting on his end of the bench. The next, he was beside Sato, his arm around the smaller boy's shoulders, pulling him close. Sato stiffened for a heartbeat. Then he collapsed against Izuku's chest and cried like the world was ending. Izuku held him, said nothing, just let him cry. And somewhere in that darkness, in that quiet act of holding someone else's pain, something began. Something that would outlast them all. Sato cried for a long time. When he finally pulled back, his eyes were red and swollen. He looked embarrassed, ashamed, ready to run. Thank you, he whispered. No one's held me like that since my mom died. Izuku's heart clenched. I'm sorry, Sato continued, standing, backing away. This is so weird. You don't even know me. I should go. I'm sorry. He turned and hurried inside before Izuku could respond. Left alone on the bench, Izuku stared at the spot where Sato had been sitting. His arms still tingled with the memory of holding someone. His chest still felt warm where Sato's tears had soaked through his shirt. No one's held me like that since my mom died. The words echoed. And for the first time in weeks, Izuku Midoriya fell asleep without nightmares. Chapter 25, The First Return, Epilogue, Part 3. The next morning, Izuku found a small origami crane on his desk. No note. No explanation. Just a crane, folded carefully from notebook paper. He picked it up, turning it over in his fingers. The folds were precise, deliberate. Someone had taken time with this. Sato. He tucked the crane into his pocket and went to class. Chapter 26, The First Night Epilogue, Part 4. Days passed. Izuku ate with Uraraka and Iida, trained with his classmates, smiled when expected to smile. But at night, when sleep wouldn't come, he found himself on the patio bench. And sometimes, not always, Sato found him there too. They didn't talk much. That wasn't the point. They just existed together. Two insomniacs sharing the darkness. Then one night, Sato asked, "Can I tell you something weird?" Izuku looked at him. Weirder than two strangers meeting at 2 a.m. every night. Sato almost smiled. Almost. When you held me that first night, it helped. Like, really helped. I've been seeing a therapist, taking medication, doing everything they tell me to do. But that one moment of contact, connection, it did more than all of it. Izuku didn't know what to say. I know it's weird, Sato continued quickly. I'm not asking for, I don't expect, I just wanted you to know. Thank you. He stood to leave. Sato. The boy turned. If you ever need that again. I'm here. Sato's eyes widened, then softened, then filled with tears he didn't try to hide this time. Okay, he whispered. Okay. Chapter 27, The First Secret Epilogue, Part 5. Word spread. Not through gossip, through something deeper. The quiet understanding of broken souls who recognized a safe space when they found one. First came Kota, then Tokiyami, then Shoji. One by one, they found their way to the patio bench, to the boy who held without judgment, to the sanctuary that existed only in darkness. Izuku held them all, and in holding them, he found himself held. Chapter 28, The First Name Epilogue, Part 6. The nickname appeared without warning. Izuku was walking to class when Kaminari bounded up beside him, grinning. Hey, Cuddle Monster. Coming to the study group tonight. Izuku froze. What did you call me? Kaminari's grin faltered. Ah, that's what everyone calls you. The Cuddle Monster. Because of the, holding people thing. He shifted nervously. Is that okay? We can stop if you want. No. Izuku's voice came out strange. No, it's okay. I just didn't know. Kaminari relaxed. Cool. So study group. 7 o'clock. Yeah, sure. 7 o'clock. Kaminari bounded off. Izuku stood in the hallway, surrounded by students, feeling something warm bloom in his chest. The Cuddle Monster. It wasn't the nickname he'd imagined. Not the symbol of peace. Not the greatest hero. But somehow, it fit. Chapter 29, The First Legacy Epilogue, Part 7. Years passed. The patio bench became a counseling office. The counseling office became a sanctuary. The sanctuary became a movement. Sato graduated, became a hero, started his own support group. Kota graduated, started an animal therapy program. Tokiyami graduated, used his darkness to help others face their own. Shoji graduated, ran body-positive training for heroes with unconventional quirks. And through it all, Izuku kept holding, kept showing up, kept being present in the darkness. Chapter 30, The First Night Epilogue, Part 8. The night before graduation, Izuku sat on the patio bench one last time. The bench was worn now, weathered by years of use. Students still came here sometimes, seeking the same comfort he'd once given. But tonight, it was empty. He sat alone, watching the stars, thinking about everything that had happened since that first night with Sato. Footsteps approached. He turned. Bakugo stood there, looking uncomfortable. Couldn't sleep either. Izuku asked. Bakugo didn't answer. Just sat beside him on the bench. Shoulder to shoulder. They sat in silence for a long time. Then Bakugo spoke. I never thanked you. For what? For not giving up on me. For pushing back. For being here. Bakugo's voice was rough. I don't say things like that, but I should. So, thank you. Izuku's throat tightened. Thank you for letting me, he said. Bakugo looked at him, really looked, and something shifted between them. Something that had been building for years. You're an idiot, Bakugo said. I know. The biggest idiot I've ever met. I know. But you're my idiot. Bakugo leaned, just slightly, resting his head against Izuku's shoulder. You've always been my idiot. Izuku didn't move, didn't speak, just let himself be the anchor. The stars wheeled overhead. The campus hummed with quiet life. And two broken boys who'd grown into something more sat together on a worn bench, holding each other in the darkness. Just like the first night. Just like every night since. The beginning and the end and everything in between. The fairy lights flicker in a small room somewhere. A couch holds the weight of countless bodies. Blankets smell faintly of lavender. And somewhere, a boy sits on a patio bench, waiting for someone who needs holding. The circle continues. The work goes on. Always. The fairy lights still flickered. Izuku sat alone in the back room, surrounded by memories, surrounded by ghosts. 3 months had passed since Bakugo's death. 3 months of learning to breathe in a world without his anchor. The couch creaked as he shifted. Same couch. Same blankets. Same lavender scent that Hana still brought every week, just because she knew it comforted him. But the corner, Bakugo's corner, remained empty. The small desk where he'd done paperwork. The spot on the floor where he'd sat during difficult sessions, pretending not to watch, watching everything. The indentation on the couch cushion where he'd leaned, night after night, shoulder to shoulder with the only person who'd ever truly seen him. Empty. All of it empty. Izuku's phone buzzed. Kenji. Coming by later. Hana's making dinner. You're eating with us. He smiled despite himself. Kenji had taken over the sanctuary's operations years ago, but he still found time to check on his Oji-san. Still made sure Izuku ate, slept, existed. I'll be there, Izuku typed back. He put down the phone and looked at the fairy lights. Kachan. What do I do now? Silence answered. The dinner was loud. Hana's children, Bakugo's great-grandchildren in everything but blood, filled the small apartment with chaos and laughter. Haruki, now 12, argued with his sister about something inconsequential. Mei, 10, ignored him completely in favor of her tablet. Little Katsuo, named for the man they'd never meet, banged spoons on the table and demanded attention. Izuku watched them with aching fondness. Oji-san. Haruki bounded over. Tell Mei she's wrong about hero rankings. I'm not. Mei looked up from her tablet. The new number 10 totally deserved that spot. You're both right, Izuku said mildly. Rankings don't matter anyway. It's what you do with the position that counts. Haruki groaned. That's such an Oji-san answer. That's because I'm Oji-san. The boy grinned. Bakugo's grin, somehow, passed down through generations of chosen family, and bounced back to continue the argument. Hana appeared beside him, wiping her hands on a towel. He's exhausting, she said fondly. He's perfect. She sat beside him, close enough to lean if needed. How are you doing? Really? Izuku considered lying. He'd been doing that a lot lately, telling people he was fine, that he was coping, that the grief was manageable. But Hana had known him too long. She'd see through it anyway. Some days are okay, he admitted. Some days I forget he's gone for a few hours. Then I remember and it's like losing him all over again. Hana nodded. Dad said it would be like that. For a long time. Your dad was smart. He learned from the best. They sat in comfortable silence. Watching the chaos, feeling the warmth of family around them. That night, Izuku couldn't sleep. He'd moved back to the apartment above the sanctuary years ago, wanting to be close to the work even in retirement. The space was small but familiar, photos on the walls, books on the shelves, Bakugo's old hero costume preserved in a glass case in the corner. He'd never been able to get rid of it. Now he stood in front of the case, tracing the glass with his fingers, remembering. The day Bakugo got that costume. The way he'd preened, pretending not to care, caring desperately. The first mission they'd worked together after graduation. The way Bakugo had saved him without hesitation, without expectation, without ever mentioning it afterward. You were so good, Izuku thought. So good at pretending you weren't good at all. His phone buzzed. Unknown number, Midoriya-san. This is Takahashi from the Night Crisis line. We have a caller asking for you specifically. Says you knew his grandfather. Name's Sato Kenji. Izuku's heart stopped. Put him through. The call connected. Silence at first. Then breathing, ragged, broken, the sound of someone trying very hard not to fall apart. Hello. Izuku said gently. This is Izuku. Can you tell me your name? Sato. Young voice. Strained. Sato Riku. My grandfather was, he told me about you. About the patio bench. About the first night. Izuku's eyes closed. Sato's grandson. The boy who'd cried on his shoulder all those decades ago, now grown, now gone, now survived by family. What's happening, Riku? A broken laugh. Everything. Nothing. I don't know. I didn't know who else to call. Grandpa said if I ever needed someone who would understand, someone who would just be there without fixing anything, he said to call you. He was right. I'm here. I'm listening. Silence. Then words tumbled out. Exam stress, relationship problems, the weight of living up to a grandfather who'd been a hero, the fear that he wasn't good enough, would never be good enough, was failing at everything that mattered. Izuku listened. Didn't interrupt. Didn't offer solutions. Just listened, the way he'd learned to listen so long ago. When Riku finally fell silent, exhausted from talking, Izuku spoke. Your grandfather cried on my shoulder the first night we met, he said. He was 15, scared, carrying more than anyone should carry alone. And you know what? He went on to become one of the best heroes I ever knew. Not because he was strong. Because he learned that strength wasn't the point. Riku's breathing changed, slowed, steadied. The point, Izuku continued, is showing up. Being present. Letting yourself be held when you need holding. Your grandfather taught me that. Now I'm telling you, I don't know how to let myself be held, Riku whispered. Neither did he. Neither did any of us. But we learned. And you can too. They talked for another hour. By the end, Riku's voice was steadier. He'd agreed to visit the sanctuary, the main branch, in his city, and talk to someone in person. He'd taken Izuku's number and promised to call again if needed. After the call ended, Izuku sat in the darkness and thought about circles. Sato's grandson, calling him in the middle of the night, desperate for connection. Just like Sato himself had done, all those years ago on a patio bench. The circle continued. Morning came too fast. Izuku woke to sunlight and the smell of coffee. Hana must have come by, letting herself in with the key she'd had for decades. He shuffled to the kitchen, old bones protesting, and found a note on the counter. Oji-san, coffee's fresh. Haruki has a hero theory he wants to run by you. Stop by when you're awake. Love, Hana. He smiled, poured coffee, and sat at the small table where he and Bakugo had shared thousands of meals. The grief was still there. Would always be there. But it was softer now, edges worn smooth by time and love and the constant presence of family. I'm okay, Kachan, he thought. Not fine, but okay. Living, loving, continuing. He drank his coffee, got dressed, and went to see his great-grandchildren. Chapter 32, The Visitor from the Past. The sanctuary's main branch had grown into a sprawling complex over the decades. Counseling offices, training rooms, a small medical clinic, a cafeteria that served meals to anyone who needed them. And at the heart of it all, the original back room, preserved exactly as it had been, fairy lights and blankets and all. Izuku visited often, though he no longer worked. He sat in the back room sometimes, watching new generations of broken souls find their way to healing. He talked to whoever wanted to talk. Held whoever needed holding. It was enough. The visitor came on a Tuesday. Izuku was in the back room, half dozing, when the door opened. He looked up, and froze. An old woman stood there. Small, frail, using a cane. Her face was lined with decades, her hair white as snow. But her eyes were the same. Sato. Izuku breathed. The woman smiled. Midoriya, you're still alive. Barely. He stood, joints protesting, and crossed the room. Sato. How? When did you? I'm 93, Sato said. I've been alive this whole time. Just, elsewhere. Living my life. Being a hero. Raising a family. Her eyes crinkled. My grandson called you last week. He told me. Riku. He's mine. My daughter's boy. He's going through a rough patch. She waved a hand. But that's not why I'm here. Why are you here? Sato looked at him for a long moment. Then, I wanted to thank you. Properly. Before I go. Go where? The end, Midoriya. I'm 93. I don't have much time left. She smiled, the same almost smile from all those decades ago. I wanted to see you one more time. The boy on the patio bench. The one who held me when I couldn't hold myself. Izuku's eyes burned. Sato. Sit with me, she said. Like we used to. Just for a while. They sat on the couch, side by side, two ancient people who'd first met as broken teenagers. The fairy lights flickered above them. I became a hero, Sato said. Did you know that? I heard. Small agency. Specialized in rescue. That's right. I saved hundreds of people over my career. Hold them from rubble, from water, from burning buildings. She paused. But the thing I'm proudest of. The support group I started. For heroes with trauma. It's still running, you know. My granddaughter runs it now. Izuku smiled. That's beautiful. Your legacy, Sato said. All of it. Every support group, every peer network, every broken soul who learned to hold others, it all traces back to you. To that night on the bench. Not just me. You. Everyone who came. Everyone who trusted. Sato nodded slowly. Then, unexpectedly, she leaned against him. Shoulder to shoulder. Just like the first night. Thank you, she whispered. For everything. Izuku put his arm around her, gentle, careful of her age. Thank you for coming back. They sat together for hours. Talked about their lives, the joys and sorrows, the triumphs and failures, the people they'd loved and lost. Sato spoke of her husband, dead 20 years, and her children, and her grandchildren, and the great-grandchild on the way. Izuku spoke of Bakugo, of the life they'd built, of the grief that still lived in his chest but no longer consumed him. When evening came, Sato stood to leave. I won't see you again, she said. Not sadly, just factual. This is goodbye. Izuku nodded. I know. They looked at each other for a long moment. Then Sato reached up and touched his face, gentle as a whisper. You were the first person who ever held me, she said. After my mother died, you'll always be that. The first. And you were the first person who taught me that holding mattered, Izuku replied. We saved each other, Sato. That night on the bench. She smiled, the real smile, the one that reached her eyes. Yes, she said. We did. She walked out the door. Izuku sat alone in the back room, tears streaming down his face, feeling the weight of a lifetime settle around him. 3 weeks later, he received word. Sato Kenji had died peacefully, surrounded by family. Her grandson Riku called to tell him, voice steady but sad. She talked about you at the end, Riku said. Said to tell you the bench is waiting. I don't know what that means. Izuku smiled through tears. I do. Thank you for telling me. After the call ended, he sat in the darkness and thought about circles. Sato had come full circle, from broken first year to wise elder, from held to holder, from beginning to end. And somewhere, on a patio bench that no longer existed except in memory, 2 broken teenagers sat together in the darkness, holding each other for the first time. Forever. Chapter 33, The Weight of Years. Izuku was 93 when he finally stopped working entirely. Not by choice, his body made the decision for him. Knees that refused to cooperate. Hands that shook too much for delicate work. Eyes that didn't see as clearly as they once had. He moved into the apartment above the sanctuary permanently, with a rotating schedule of family members who checked on him daily. Hana came most often, though she was 70 now and slowing down herself. Her children, Haruki, Mei, Katsuo, took shifts. And their children, when they were old enough. 4 generations, all connected by a boy who'd held their ancestor on a patio bench. The days blurred together. Izuku slept more than he used to. Dreamed more. Woke from dreams of Bakugo, young and sharp and alive, and reached for him in the darkness, forgetting for a moment that the other side of the bed was empty. The grief never went away. But it changed. Became something he carried rather than something that carried him. He talked to Bakugo sometimes, in the quiet hours. Told him about the family. About the sanctuary. About the world outside that kept turning, kept needing heroes, kept breaking and healing and breaking again. You'd be proud of them, he said one night, looking at the glass case with Bakugo's costume. Hana runs half the organization now. Her kids are heroes, real heroes, the kind that matter. And their kids. Kachan, you wouldn't believe how many of them there are. Silence answered. I miss you, Izuku whispered. Every day. Every night. I miss you so much it hurts. But it's a good hurt now. A hurt that means I loved you. That I still love you. That I'll always love you. The fairy lights flickered. He smiled, closed his eyes, and slept. The dreams came more vividly now. Not nightmares, not for a long time. Just dreams. Memories woven together with imagination, creating moments that felt realer than reality. In tonight's dream, he was young again. 25. Freshly graduated, newly partnered with Bakugo, just beginning to understand what they were building together. They sat on the patio bench, the original one, watching stars that seemed brighter than they'd ever been in real life. We're going to change things, young Bakugo said. You and me. We're going to make them see. See what? That heroes can be soft. That holding people matters. That strength isn't just about winning. Young Bakugo looked at him, really looked, with eyes that held decades of feeling. You taught me that, Deku. You taught all of us. Izuku woke with tears on his face and a smile on his lips. Morning brought Haruki, now in his 40s, with breakfast and updates. The sanctuary's expanding again, Haruki said, setting down a tray of food. New branch in Osaka. They're naming it after you and Kachan. That's not necessary. They're doing it anyway. Haruki grinned, that Bakugo grin that had somehow survived 4 generations. You can't stop them, Oji-san. You're a legend. I'm an old man who needs help eating. Same thing. Izuku laughed, the sound surprising him. He didn't laugh as much anymore. Didn't do much of anything as much anymore. But when he did, it meant something. That afternoon, a visitor came. Young woman, maybe 20, with tired eyes and a familiar look of desperate hope. She stood in the doorway of the apartment, clutching a worn origami crane. Midoriya-san. Her voice shook. My name is Sato Akari. Riku's daughter. My great-grandmother was Sato. Izuku's heart clenched. Come in. Sit down. She sat across from him, still clutching the crane. I didn't know where else to go, she said. My dad talks about you all the time. About what you did for his grandfather. About the sanctuary. About, she stopped, struggling. About holding, Izuku finished gently. About being present when everything falls apart. She nodded, eyes filling. I'm failing, she whispered. Everything. My hero exams. My relationships. My own head. I'm trying so hard and nothing works and I don't know what to do. Izuku looked at her, Sato's great-granddaughter, carrying the same weight Sato had carried, coming to the same place for help. Can I tell you a story? He asked. She nodded. 78 years ago, a boy sat on a patio bench in the middle of the night. He'd been through something terrible. Seen things no one should see. He was drowning, and he didn't know how to ask for help. Akari listened, rapt. Another boy found him there. Sat with him. Didn't ask questions. Didn't try to fix anything. Just stayed present. Izuku smiled. That second boy was me. The first was your great-grandmother. Akari's eyes widened. She cried on my shoulder that night. Told me no one had held her since her mother died. And in that moment, something started. Something that would save thousands of lives, touch millions of souls, change the way heroes thought about healing. He leaned forward, meeting her eyes. Your great-grandmother went on to become a hero. A good one. But more importantly, she became a holder. Someone who passed on what she learned. To your grandfather. To your father. To you. Akari was crying now, silent tears tracking down her cheeks. I'm not a holder, she whispered. I'm barely holding myself together. That's exactly when you become one, Izuku said. When you're falling apart and you let someone see it. When you let someone hold you. That's when you learn. That's when the circle continues. He opened his arms. Can I hold you? Just for a while. Akari stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she moved forward and let herself be held. The fairy lights flickered. The circle continued. Chapter 34, The Last Lesson. Izuku was 95 when he gave his last official talk. The sanctuary's annual conference had invited him to speak. They always did, and he always declined. But this year felt different. This year felt like time was running out. He stood on the stage, using a cane, leaning on Haruki's arm. The audience was massive, thousands of people from dozens of countries, all connected by the work he'd started. He spoke for 20 minutes. About the first night on the patio bench. About Sato. About the students who'd come after, one by one, seeking comfort in darkness. About Bakugo. About the angry boy who'd become his anchor. About the love that had saved them both. About legacy. About circles. About the simple truth that no one heals alone. When he finished, the silence was absolute. Then the applause began. It went on for minutes. Then longer. Standing ovation, tears streaming down faces, hands clapping until they hurt. Izuku stood on that stage, 95 years old, and let himself be seen one last time. After the talk, they came to him. Hundreds of people, heroes and civilians, old and young, from every corner of the world. They came to thank him, to touch his hand, to tell him their stories. A woman whose support group had saved her marriage. A man whose peer counselor had talked him through suicide. A child whose sanctuary visit had taught her she wasn't alone. Each story was a thread in the tapestry he'd woven. Each life was proof that the work mattered. By the end, he was exhausted but peaceful. Haruki helped him back to the apartment, settled him in his chair, made him tea. "You changed the world, Oji-san," Haruki said quietly. "I just helped people," Izuku replied. "They changed themselves." That's the same thing. Izuku thought about it. Maybe it was. Maybe holding someone was just giving them space to change. Maybe presence was the most powerful force in the universe. "I'm tired," he said. "Rest. I'll be here." Izuku closed his eyes. He dreamed of Bakugo. They were young again, 25, 30, the ages when everything felt possible. Sitting on the patio bench, watching stars, holding hands. "You did it," Bakugo said. "Changed everything. Like you always said you would. We did it. Together." Bakugo smiled, the real smile, rare and precious. "Yeah, together." They sat in comfortable silence, the way they always had. Then Bakugo stood, offered his hand. "Come on. Time to go." Izuku looked at the hand. Looked at Bakugo's face. Understood. "I'm not ready," he whispered. "Yes you are. You've been ready for years. Just didn't want to admit it." Izuku's eyes burned. "The family. Will be fine. They'll keep going. They'll keep holding each other. That's what you taught them. The sanctuary will outlast all of us. That's the point." Izuku looked back at the world, at the apartment, the city, the millions of lives he'd touched. Then at Bakugo's hand, waiting patiently. "You'll be there?" he asked. "Wherever we're going." Bakugo's smile widened. "Where else would I be?" Izuku took his hand. Haruki found him in the morning. Peaceful. Smiling. Hand reaching out as if towards someone only he could see. The fairy lights still flickered. The circle continued. Chapter 35, The Funeral. The funeral was massive. Heroes came from everywhere, every agency, every country, every generation. They filled the sanctuary building, spilled into the streets, stood in silence for blocks in every direction. The service was held in the main hall, but the heart of it was in the back room. That's where the family gathered. 4 generations of chosen family, connected by a boy who'd held their ancestor on a patio bench. Hannah spoke first. She was 73 now, gray and frail, but her voice was steady. "He held me when I was 7 years old," she said. "I'd lost my parents, lost my ability to be touched, lost hope. He sat with me for hours, days, weeks. Never gave up. Never got frustrated. Just stayed." She touched the crane bracelet on her wrist, the one her father had given her, the one that connected them all. That's who he was. The one who stayed. The one who held on when everyone else let go. Haruki spoke next. "He taught me that strength isn't about winning. It's about showing up. Being present. Letting people see you fall apart and not running away." His voice cracked. "I'm going to miss him so much." One by one, they spoke. Shared. Remembered. And when the last story was told, they sat together in the back room, holding each other in the darkness. Just like he'd taught them. After the funeral, a young hero approached Haruki. She was maybe 20, with tired eyes and a familiar look of desperate hope. In her hands, she clutched a worn origami crane. "Haruki-san." Her voice shook. "My grandmother visited your great-grandfather once. A long time ago. She gave him this crane, and he kept it his whole life." Haruki looked at the crane, old, fragile, carefully preserved. "My grandmother said he saved her. Just by being there. Just by holding her when she couldn't hold herself." The young hero's eyes filled. "I'm struggling too. I didn't know where else to go." Haruki smiled, the same smile Izuku had worn for 95 years. "You came to the right place," he said. "Come with me. There's a room I want to show you." He led her to the back room. The fairy lights flickered. The blankets smelled like lavender. The couch waited. And on the wall, in a simple frame, hung a child's drawing, 3 figures under fairy lights, holding hands, with wobbly letters underneath, "Thank you for holding me." The young hero stared at it. "My grandmother drew that," she whispered. "When she was little. She told me about it." Haruki nodded. "He kept it. Kept everything. Every crane, every note, every reminder of everyone he ever held." The young hero cried then, finally cried, the way she'd needed to cry for months. Haruki held her. The circle continued. Chapter 36, The Legacy Keeps. 50 years after Izuku's death, the sanctuary had branches in every major city on Earth. The training programs had been adopted by hero schools worldwide. The peer support model had been integrated into every agency. The philosophy of presence, of holding space for broken souls, had become as fundamental to heroism as combat training. And at the heart of it all, preserved exactly as it had been, was the original back room. The fairy lights still flickered. The blankets still smelled like lavender. The couch still held the weight of countless bodies. And on the wall, in a simple frame, hung a child's drawing, 3 figures under fairy lights, holding hands, with wobbly letters underneath, "Thank you for holding me." Visitors came from everywhere to see it. To sit in the room where it all began. To feel the presence of the boy who'd started something that would never end. A young hero sat on the couch, trembling. She'd traveled from across the ocean, desperate, alone, carrying weight no one should carry alone. She'd heard about this place, this room, from her grandmother, who'd heard about it from her grandmother, who'd actually met him. The Cuddle monster, they called him. The one who held. She didn't understand how a room could help. But she'd run out of options. The door opened. An old woman entered, small, frail, using a cane. Her face was lined with decades, but her eyes held warmth that hadn't faded. "You must be the one from overseas," the old woman said. "I'm Hannah, great-granddaughter of the founder. Welcome." The young hero tried to speak. Couldn't. Hannah sat beside her on the couch. Didn't touch. Just waited. Minutes passed. "He started this," the young hero finally managed. "Your great-grandfather. Just by holding people." "That's right. How? How did one person holding others change everything?" Hannah thought about it. She'd been asked this question many times over the years. The answer never changed. "He saw people," she said. Really saw them. Not as problems to fix or cases to solve. Just as human beings who needed someone to be present. And in that presence, they found the strength to keep going. To heal. To hold others in turn. She paused, looking at the fairy lights. That's the secret. It was never about him. It was about what he made possible. The space he created for people to be broken together. The young hero absorbed this. "I'm broken," she whispered. "Good. You're in the right place." They sat together for hours. Talked, cried, sat in silence, held each other's hands. When the young hero finally left, she was different. Not fixed, that wasn't how healing worked. But lighter, more connected, less alone. Hannah watched her go, then turned back to the room. The fairy lights flickered. The blankets waited. The drawing on the wall held silent witness. "Thank you for holding me. You did it, Oji-san," Hannah whispered. "You changed everything." Silence answered. But it was a good silence. Full of memory. Full of love. Full of the presence that never really left. Chapter 37, The 100th Year. 100 years after the first night on the patio bench, the sanctuary held a celebration. Not for itself, for the idea. For the philosophy. For the millions of lives touched by a boy who'd simply held someone who needed holding. The original building had been preserved as a museum, but the back room remained untouched. Same fairy lights. Same blankets. Same couch. Same drawing on the wall. Visitors lined up for blocks to see it. A young girl, maybe 10, stood with her grandmother in the queue. She didn't understand why everyone was so excited about an old room. "Grandma, what's so special about this place?" Her grandmother smiled, the same smile her own grandmother had worn, passed down through generations. "This is where it all began, sweetheart. Where a boy named Midoriya Izuku held someone who needed holding. And kept holding. And never stopped. But why does that matter?" The grandmother knelt, meeting her eyes. "Because holding someone matters. Being there matters. Showing up in the darkness and staying until the light returns, that's the most important thing any of us can do. And it all started here." The girl considered this. "Can I see the room?" "Soon. We're almost there." They entered eventually. The room was small. Simpler than the girl had expected. Fairy lights, blankets, a worn couch. And on the wall, a child's drawing, 3 figures holding hands. "That drawing," the girl said. "Who made it?" "A little girl named Hannah. A long time ago. She was scared and alone, and Midoriya held her until she wasn't." The girl stared at the drawing. Something shifted in her young heart. Grandma, can we sit here for a while? Just sit. Her grandmother smiled. Of course, sweetheart. They sat on the couch together, grandmother and granddaughter, holding hands in the darkness. The fairy lights flickered. The circle continued. Chapter 38, The Memory. 200 years after Izuku's birth, his name was taught in every hero school. Not as a fighter, though he'd been a good one. Not as a strategist, though he'd been brilliant. But as the founder of the Sanctuary movement. The one who'd changed heroism from the inside out. Students learned about the patio bench. About the first night. About the students who'd come, one by one, seeking comfort in darkness. They learned about the leak, the exposure, the survival. They learned about the legacy, the millions of lives touched, the countless souls saved, the endless circle of holding that continued across generations. And in the original sanctuary building, preserved as a historical site, the back room remained. Same fairy lights replaced carefully over the centuries. Same blankets replicated exactly. Same couch restored but unchanged. Same drawing on the wall, protected behind glass, still legible after all these years. Thank you for holding me. A class of young heroes visited on a field trip. They filed through the museum, respectful but restless, not quite understanding why this place mattered. The guide told them stories, about the war, about the first night, about the students who'd been held and gone on to hold. Others. They listened politely, took notes for their assignments, waited for it to be over. But one student lingered. She was small, quiet, with tired eyes that held too much for someone her age. While her classmates moved on, she stood in the back room, staring at the drawing. The guide noticed, approached gently. Something wrong. The student shook her head. Then, my great-great-great-grandmother was held here. A long time ago. Her name was Hannah. The guide's eyes widened. The one who drew that picture. She told stories about it. Passed them down. About the man who held her when she couldn't be touched. About the fairy lights. About the blankets that smelled like lavender. The student's voice shook. I never really believed them. Until now. She reached out, touching the glass that protected the drawing. He's real, she whispered. He was real. He was, the guide agreed. And what he started is still real. Still helping people. Still holding them in darkness. The student looked around the room, at the lights, the blankets, the couch where her ancestor had been held. Can I sit here? She asked. Just for a minute. Take all the time you need. The student sat on the couch. The fairy lights flickered. Somewhere, across 2 centuries of time and memory, Izuku Midoriya held her anyway. Chapter 39, The Eternal Circle. 500 years after Izuku's birth, the world had changed in ways he couldn't have imagined. Technology had advanced. Society had evolved. Heroism itself had transformed into something almost unrecognizable from his time. But the sanctuary remained. The original building had been rebuilt many times, always preserving the back room exactly as it had been. Fairy lights now powered by sustainable energy. Blankets still smelling of lavender. Couch replicated down to the last stitch. Drawing protected by advanced preservation technology. And the philosophy, the simple truth that no one heals alone, had become as fundamental as gravity. A young woman sat on the couch, alone. She was a hero, one of the best of her generation. But right now, she was just a person. A broken person, carrying weight no one should carry alone. The door opened. An old man entered, not as old as the room, but old enough to remember when his grandmother had told him stories about this place. First time? He asked gently. She nodded, unable to speak. He sat beside her on the couch. Didn't touch. Just waited. Minutes passed. My partner died, she finally said. 3 weeks ago. Villain attack. I couldn't save her. The old man nodded. That's why you're here. I don't know why I'm here. I don't believe in magic rooms. In ghosts of heroes past. She trailed off. You just needed somewhere to be broken, he finished. Somewhere safe. Somewhere that wouldn't run away. She looked at him, really looked, and something in her expression shifted. Yes. They sat in silence for a long time. Then, slowly, she leaned. Just a fraction. Just enough for her shoulder to press against his. He didn't move. Didn't speak. Just let her lean. The fairy lights flickered. When she finally left, hours later, she was different. Not fixed, that wasn't how healing worked. But lighter. More connected. Less alone. The old man watched her go, then turned to the drawing on the wall. Thank you for holding me. You did it, he said softly. You changed everything. The room was quiet, but it was a good quiet. Full of memory. Full of love. Full of the presence that never really left. Chapter 40, The First Night Again. 1,000 years after Izuku's birth, the sanctuary was a legend. The original building had been preserved as a historical site, visited by millions. The back room was protected by climate control and security systems, but anyone could sit on the couch, look at the fairy lights, read the words on the drawing. Thank you for holding me. The name Midoriya Izuku was known to every child. Not as a hero, though he'd been one. Not as a fighter, though he'd been good. But as the Cuddle monster. The one who held. The one who started it all. A child sat on the couch, alone. She was 8 years old, small for her age, with tired eyes that held too much. Her parents had died in a villain attack. She'd been passed through foster homes, none of them lasting. She'd stopped hoping for anything better. But her teacher had brought the class here, on a field trip, and she'd slipped away from the group to sit in this quiet room. She didn't know why. She just needed to be here. The fairy lights flickered. The blankets smelled like lavender. The couch was soft beneath her. And on the wall, a child's drawing, 3 figures holding hands, seemed to look at her. Thank you for holding me. Who wrote that? She wondered. Who needed holding? Who held them? She didn't know. But somehow, sitting here, she felt less alone. The door opened. An old woman entered, a guide, probably, come to fetch her back to the group. But instead of speaking, the old woman sat beside her on the couch. You like this room? The old woman asked gently. The girl nodded. Me too. My grandmother brought me here when I was your age. Her grandmother brought her, all the way back to the beginning. The beginning. The boy who started it all. Midoriya Izuku. He sat in this room and held people who needed holding. For his whole life. And everyone he held went on to hold others. And so on. And so on. The girl considered this. That's a lot of holding. The old woman laughed softly. Yes, it is. They sat in silence for a moment. Then the girl spoke. I need holding too. But no one wants to hold me. The old woman's heart broke. Gently, carefully, she opened her arms. I want to hold you. If you'll let me. The girl stared at her for a long moment. Then, slowly, she moved forward and let herself be held. The fairy lights flickered. The circle continued. Chapter 41, The Echo. 10,000 years after Izuku's birth, humanity had spread to the stars. Heroism had evolved into something almost unrecognizable, protectors of worlds, defenders of civilizations, guardians of peace across light years. Technology had advanced beyond anything Izuku could have imagined. But the sanctuary remained. Not the original building, that was long gone, preserved only in digital archives. But the philosophy, the truth, the simple knowledge that no one heals alone. It had traveled with humanity to every corner of the galaxy. Every colony ship carried peer support training. Every new world built safe spaces for broken souls. Every generation learned the story of the boy who'd held someone on a patio bench and changed everything. On a distant planet, orbiting a star Izuku never knew existed, a young hero sat alone in a small room. Fairy lights flickered, ancient technology, replicated across millennia. Blankets smelled like lavender, the scent synthesized from ancient records. A couch held her weight, designed for comfort, for safety, for holding. On the wall, a holographic display showed a child's drawing. Thank you for holding me. She'd grown up with this story. Every child did. The Cuddle monster. The one who held. The beginning of everything. But knowing the story and feeling it were different things. She'd just lost her partner. Lost them in a battle against something ancient and terrible, something that had nearly destroyed the colony. She'd saved thousands. But she couldn't save the one person who mattered most. And now she sat here, in this room designed for healing, and felt nothing but emptiness. The door opened. Another hero entered, older, wiser, with eyes that had seen too much. She sat beside the younger one without speaking. Minutes passed. I don't know how to do this, the young hero finally whispered. I don't know how to keep going. Neither did he, the older one said. The Cuddle monster. He lost people too. Lost the love of his life. Kept going anyway. How? He let himself be held. By family. By friends. By everyone he'd helped over the years. He didn't heal alone. None of us do. The young hero looked at her, really looked, and something shifted. Can you hold me? She asked. Just for a while. The older hero opened her arms. The fairy lights flickered. 10,000 light years from Earth, 10,000 years after a boy held someone on a patio bench, the circle continued. Chapter 42, The Impossible Distance. 100,000 years after Izuku's birth, humanity was gone. Not extinct, evolved, transcended, scattered across galaxies and dimensions, living in forms that would have been incomprehensible to their ancestors. The old worlds were empty now, preserved as historical sites, visited by beings who studied the past the way humans once studied ancient ruins. Earth itself was a museum. The original sanctuary site had been preserved with technology that would seem like magic to Izuku's generation. Atmospheric shields protected it from weather. Temporal fields maintained its exact condition. Automated systems kept the fairy lights flickering, the blankets fresh, the couch intact. And on the wall, protected by force fields more powerful than anything in Izuku's world, a child's drawing still hung. Thank you for holding me. A being visited one day. It was difficult to describe what it looked like, form shifting, colors that didn't exist in human perception, presence that filled the room without taking space. It had traveled across dimensions to study the origins of certain philosophical concepts that had shaped galactic civilization. This room, this story, this boy, the being studied the drawing. Read the words. Absorbed the energy that still lingered after 100 millennia. Holding, it thought. Presence. Being with another in darkness. The concepts were ancient, primitive, but somehow, powerful. The being sat on the couch, carefully, respectfully, aware that this was sacred space. The fairy lights flickered. The blankets released their lavender scent. The silence held centuries of memory. And in that silence, the being understood. Not intellectually, it had understood intellectually for years. But deeply, viscerally, in the way that transformed knowledge into wisdom. This is why they survived, it thought. Not because they were strong. Because they held each other. The being sat for a long time, absorbing the truth of it. Then it left, carrying that truth across dimensions, spreading it to civilizations that had never heard of Earth or heroes or a boy who'd held someone on a patio bench. The circle continued. Chapter 43, The Last Visitor. 1 million years after Izuku's birth, the universe was empty. Not of life, life thrived everywhere, in forms beyond imagination. But of humanity. The species had evolved, scattered, transcended into something else entirely. Earth was a legend, a myth, a story told by beings who'd heard it from beings who'd heard it from beings who'd once known someone who'd known someone. The sanctuary remained. Automated systems, powered by technologies that would seem like magic, kept it preserved. Fairy lights flickered with energy drawn from quantum fluctuations. Blankets regenerated themselves. The couch repaired its own wear. And on the wall, behind force fields that could survive supernovas, a child's drawing still hung. Thank you for holding me. The last visitor came at the end of everything. Not the end of the universe, that was still billions of years away. But the end of this story. The final moment when someone would sit in this room and remember. The being was ancient beyond measure. It had witnessed the birth and death of galaxies. It had seen civilizations rise and fall. It had traveled across time itself, searching for meaning in the vast emptiness of existence. It had heard of this place. This room. This boy. It came to understand. The being entered, if entered was the right word for a consciousness that existed across dimensions. It observed the fairy lights. The blankets. The couch. The drawing. Thank you for holding me. The words resonated across millennia. Across the vast emptiness of space and time. Across the impossible distance between a boy on a patio bench and a being at the end of everything. The being sat on the couch. Not physically, it had no physical form. But in the way that mattered, it was present. It was here. It was holding space for the memory of a species that had long since transcended memory. Why? It wondered. Why did this matter so much? Why did it echo across eternity? And then it understood. Because holding matters. Because presence matters. Because in a universe of infinite emptiness and endless darkness, the only thing that means anything is connection. Is being with another. Is staying when everything falls apart. The being sat for a long time, as long as it could, which was longer than stars lived. Then it left, carrying the truth with it into whatever came next. The room was empty. But the fairy lights still flickered. Chapter 44, The Final Moment. The universe ended. Not with a bang, with a quiet fade. Energy dissipated. Matter dissolved. Dimensions collapsed into nothing. All the stars, all the planets, all the life that had ever existed, gone like morning frost under sunlight. But in the final moment, in the last instant before everything became nothing, something remained. A room. Fairy lights. Blankets. A couch. A drawing. Thank you for holding me. And in that room, for just a fraction of a second longer than anything else, two figures sat on the couch. Young. Alive. Holding hands. One green-haired, with freckles and a smile that had changed everything. One ash-blonde, with sharp edges and hidden softness. They looked at each other. "We did it," the green-haired one said. "We did it together," the ash-blonde replied. They leaned into each other, shoulder to shoulder, the way they had for a lifetime. The way they would for eternity. The fairy lights flickered one last time. And then there was nothing. Chapter 45, The Beginning. Nothing existed. No space. No time. No matter. No energy. Just the vast empty that came after everything. But in that emptiness, something stirred. A memory. An idea. A whisper of connection that refused to die. "Thank you for holding me." The words echoed across the void. Not in language, language was dead. But in something deeper. Something that existed before language and would exist after. "Thank you for holding me." The void listened. "Thank you for being present. For staying. For not running away." Something shifted in the emptiness. A possibility. A potential. The faintest glimmer of light. "Thank you for teaching us that we don't heal alone." The light grew. Spread. Became something more. "Thank you for starting it all." And in that moment, in that impossible space between ending and beginning, a new universe was born. Not the same as the old one. Different. New. Full of potential. And at its heart, in the first moment of existence, a room appeared. Fairy lights. Blankets. A couch. A drawing. "Thank you for holding me." The circle continued. Chapter 46, The New World. The new universe expanded. Galaxies formed. Stars ignited. Planets coalesced. Life emerged, different from before, but still life. Still reaching. Still needing connection. And somewhere, on a small blue planet orbiting a yellow star, a child was born. Green hair. Freckles. Eyes that saw too much. He didn't know about the previous universe. Didn't know about the boy who'd held so many. Didn't know about the legacy that had survived the end of everything. But somewhere deep in his soul, in the place where memories lived before consciousness, he carried something. A truth. A lesson. A purpose. Hold them. Be present. Stay. One night, when he was 15, he sat alone on a patio bench. He'd been through something terrible. Seen things no one should see. He was drowning, and he didn't know how to ask for help. Footsteps approached. "Hey." He looked up. A boy stood there, small, with tired eyes and bandaged hands. First year. Someone he didn't know. "I couldn't sleep either," the boy said. They sat together on the bench, two strangers sharing darkness. And somewhere, across the impossible distance between universes, the fairy lights flickered. Chapter 47, The First Night, Again. The boy's name was Sato. He was 15, scared, carrying more than anyone should carry alone. He'd lost his mother recently, not to death, but to something worse. She was alive but not present, trapped in her own mind by trauma she couldn't escape. He hadn't cried since it happened. Until now. The tears came without warning, silent at first, then shaking his whole body. He tried to hide them, turning away, wiping frantically at his face. "I'm sorry," he gasped. "I'm sorry, I don't know why." The green-haired boy moved without thinking. One moment he was sitting on his end of the bench. The next, he was beside Sato, his arm around the smaller boy's shoulders, pulling him close. Sato stiffened for a heartbeat. Then he collapsed against the stranger's chest and cried like the world was ending. The green-haired boy held him. Said nothing. Just let him cry. And somewhere in that darkness, in that quiet act of holding someone else's pain, something began. Something that would outlast them all. Something that had already outlasted everything. When Sato finally pulled back, his eyes were red and swollen. "Thank you," he whispered. No one's held me like that since my mom, since she." He couldn't finish. The green-haired boy nodded. I understand. Sato stood, embarrassed, ready to run. I'm sorry. This is so weird. You don't even know me. I should go. Wait. Sato paused. I'm Izuku, the green-haired boy said. What's your name? Sato. Sato Kenji. Izuku smiled, the real smile, the one that reached his eyes. Nice to meet you, Sato Kenji. If you ever need to talk again. I'm usually here at night. Can't sleep much. Sato stared at him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Okay. Maybe I'll come back. He walked away, Xiao Shi Zai Yi Sei Zhang. Izuku sat alone on the bench, staring at the stars. Something felt different. Something felt right. Like he'd done this before. Like he'd always done this. He didn't understand it, but he didn't need to. He just needed to be here. To be present. To hold whoever needed holding. The stars wheeled overhead. The circle continued. Chapter 48, The Spread. Word spread. Not through gossip, through something deeper. The quiet understanding of broken souls who recognized a safe space when they found one. Sato came back, then brought a friend. Then that friend brought others. The patio bench became a gathering place for the wounded, the lost, the ones who couldn't sleep because their minds wouldn't stop replaying trauma. Izuku held them all. He held a girl who'd watched her parents die in a villain attack. Held her while she shook with sobs that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than her body. He held a boy whose quirk made everyone afraid to touch him. Held him until he stopped flinching, stopped expecting rejection, stopped believing he was unworthy of contact. He held a teacher, yes, a teacher, who'd been carrying guilt for decades and never told anyone. Held him in the darkness, asking nothing, just being present. Each person left lighter. Each person carried something forward. The circle spread. Chapter 49, The Name. The nickname appeared without warning. Izuku was walking to class when a student bounded up beside him, grinning. Hey, Cuddle Monster. Coming to the study group tonight. Izuku froze. What did you call me? The student's grin faltered. Ah, that's what everyone calls you. The Cuddle Monster. Because of the, holding people thing. He shifted nervously. Is that okay? We can stop if you want. No. Izuku's voice came out strange. No, it's okay. I just didn't know. The student relaxed. Cool. So study group. 7 o'clock. Yeah, sure. 7 o'clock. The student bounded off. Izuku stood in the hallway, surrounded by students, feeling something warm bloom in his chest. The Cuddle Monster. It wasn't the nickname he'd imagined. Not the greatest hero. Not the symbol of peace. But somehow, it fit. Chapter 50, The First Night Forever. Years passed. The patio bench became a counseling office. The counseling office became a sanctuary. The sanctuary became a movement. Izuku grew up, became a hero, fell in love, lost that love, kept going anyway. He held thousands of people over his lifetime. Millions, if you counted the ripple effects. Everyone he held went on to hold others, and they held others, and on until the entire world was connected by chains of healing. On his deathbed, at 95, he smiled at the family gathered around him. Thank you, he whispered. For holding me. Hana, old herself now, squeezed his hand. You taught us how. He looked past her, at something only he could see. Kachan's here, he said. Waiting for me. He reached out toward empty air. And then he was gone. But the story didn't end. It never ended. Because somewhere, in a new universe, on a new world, a new boy sat on a new bench, holding someone who needed holding. The fairy lights flickered. The blankets smelled like lavender. The couch waited. And on the wall, in a child's handwriting, words that had survived the end of everything. Thank you for holding me. The final chapter, the first night. The patio bench was cold. Izuku Midoriya, 15 years old, sat alone in the darkness and stared at nothing. His mind replayed the hospital hallway. The screams. The dust. The faces of children he couldn't save. He didn't hear the footsteps approaching. Hey. He turned. A boy stood there, small, with tired eyes and bandaged hands. I couldn't sleep either, the boy said. Izuku nodded. Gestured to the bench. The boys sat. They didn't speak. Didn't need to. They just existed together in the darkness, two strangers sharing silence. Minutes passed. Then the boy started crying. Not loud sobs. Just silent tears, tracking down his cheeks like rain on a window. He tried to hide them, turning away, wiping frantically at his face. "I'm sorry," he gasped. "I'm sorry, I don't know why." Izuku moved without thinking. One moment he was sitting on his end of the bench. The next, he was beside the boy, his arm around his shoulders, pulling him close. The boy stiffened for a heartbeat. Then he collapsed against Izuku's chest and cried like the world was ending. Izuku held him, said nothing, just let him cry. And somewhere in that darkness, in that quiet act of holding someone else's pain, something began. Something that would never end. The fairy lights flickered, though there were no fairy lights here, not yet. The blankets smelled like lavender, though there were no blankets here, not yet. The couch waited, though there was no couch here, not yet. But there was a bench. And two boys. In darkness. And holding. Always holding. "Thank you for holding me." The words echoed across time and space, across universes and dimensions, across the vast emptiness of everything that had been and everything that would be. "Thank you for holding me." The circle continued. Forever. The new universe hummed with potential. Galaxies spiraled into existence. Stars ignited in brilliant fusion. Planets cooled and formed oceans and waited for life to find its way. All the ordinary magic of creation, playing out across billions of light years. But in one small corner, on one small planet, something extraordinary was happening. A child was born. Green hair, freckles, eyes that seemed to hold more than they should. His mother named him Izuku, after her own grandfather, who'd been named after someone else, all the way back to a beginning no one remembered. He was an ordinary child in an ordinary world. But somewhere deep in his cells, in the quantum foam of his existence, memories stirred. Echoes of something that had come before. Whispers of a truth too large for words. He didn't understand them, would never understand them consciously. But they shaped him anyway. The world he was born into was different from the one that had come before. Heroes still existed, the need for protectors was universal. But they were different too. Less focused on individual glory, more on collective support. The old ways, the toxic competition, the isolation, the performance of strength, had faded over millennia, replaced by something gentler. Philosophies that had once been radical were now common sense. Every hero trained in peer support. Every agency had mental health resources. Every school taught that healing was communal, that no one survived alone. The ideas that Izuku, the first Izuku, had planted had grown into forests. Young Izuku grew up surrounded by these ideas. His mother held him when he cried. His teachers checked on his emotional state. His friends knew it was okay to be vulnerable, to ask for help, to fall apart and be held together. He never knew a world where these things were unusual. But still, something in him reached further. At night, he dreamed of places he'd never seen. A room with fairy lights. A couch that smelled like lavender. A drawing on the wall, words written in a child's hand, "Thank you for holding me." He dreamed of a boy with ash blonde hair and sharp edges, who softened only in darkness. Of holding that boy, being held by him, building something that would outlast stars. He woke from these dreams with tears on his face and no idea why. "Mom," he asked one morning, "do you ever dream about people you've never met?" His mother looked up from breakfast, surprised. "Sometimes." "Why?" "Because I do. All the time. And they feel real. Like I knew them. Like I miss them." His mother studied him for a long moment. Then she smiled, the same smile her grandfather had worn, passed down through generations. "Maybe you did know them," she said softly. "In a way. Some connections are too big for one lifetime." Izuku didn't understand, but something in him recognized truth. He was 12 when he found the drawing. It was in his grandmother's attic, buried under boxes of old photos and forgotten memories. A simple piece of paper, yellowed with age, protected by glass in a simple frame. 3 figures under fairy lights. Holding hands. Wobbly letters underneath, "Thank you for holding me." Izuku's heart stopped. He'd seen this before. In dreams. In the quiet spaces between waking and sleeping. This exact drawing. These exact words. "Grandma," he called, voice shaking. "What is this?" His grandmother came slowly, using her cane. When she saw what he held, her eyes widened. "That's been in our family for generations," she said. "Passed down from mother to child. The story goes that the first Izuku, Our ancestor, received it from a little girl he held. She drew it for him, and he kept it his whole life. The first Izuku. The one who started it all. The Cuddle monster, they called him. He lived so long ago that history blurs into legend. She smiled, touching the glass gently. But this drawing is real. And so was he. Izuku stared at the drawing, heart pounding. He dreamed of this. Of him. Of the room with fairy lights and the couch and the endless stream of broken souls seeking comfort. I dreamed of him, he whispered. Of the room. Of the holding. His grandmother's eyes filled with tears. Some things are too big for one lifetime, she said. Maybe he passed something down. Not in blood, in something deeper. The need to hold. The need to be present. The need to continue the circle. Izuku looked at the drawing again. Thank you for holding me. Something clicked into place. Something he'd been reaching for his whole life without knowing it. I want to see the room, he said. The original. Is it still there? His grandmother smiled. It's been preserved for thousands of years. Protected by technologies we don't understand. They say anyone can visit, if they're called. I'm called, Izuku said. I feel it. Then you should go. Chapter 52, The Journey. The journey took 3 days. The original sanctuary site was preserved as a historical monument, accessible to anyone who made the pilgrimage. Thousands visited every year, heroes, historians, the simply curious. But some came for deeper reasons. Some came because they were called. Izuku traveled with his mother, who understood without being told. They took trains through landscapes that had changed utterly since the first Izuku's time. Cities had risen and fallen and risen again. Mountains had worn down. Rivers had changed course. But the site remained. They arrived on a gray morning, mist clinging to the ground. The building was modest, deliberately so. Preserved exactly as it had been in the first Izuku's time, maintained by technologies that kept it unchanged against the centuries. Visitors approached in silence, respecting the space. Izuku stood at the entrance, heart pounding. Go on, his mother said gently. I'll wait here. He walked inside. The main hall was a museum now, with displays and information panels. He barely saw them. His feet carried him forward, past exhibits he'd study later, toward something he couldn't name. Then he found it. A door. Simple, unremarkable. A small sign beside it, the original sanctuary room. Please enter quietly and with respect. His hand trembled on the handle. He opened the door. The room was smaller than he'd imagined. Fairy lights flickered on the ceiling, ancient, but still glowing with some power that shouldn't have lasted this long. Blankets lay folded on a worn couch, still smelling faintly of lavender. The air was still, peaceful, full of presence. And on the wall, protected by glass, a child's drawing. 3 figures. Fairy lights. Holding hands. Thank you for holding me. Izuku crossed the room slowly, afraid to disturb something sacred. He sat on the couch, the same couch where thousands had been held, where the first Izuku had spent countless nights being present for broken souls. The fairy lights flickered. He closed his eyes. And then he wasn't alone. He felt it before he saw it, a presence beside him on the couch. Warm, familiar, beloved in a way he couldn't explain. He opened his eyes. A man sat beside him. Green hair, freckles, eyes that held centuries of kindness. He looked exactly like the photos Izuku had studied, the legends he'd heard. The first Izuku. You came, the first Izuku said. His voice was gentle, echoing from somewhere beyond time. I knew you would. Izuku couldn't speak, could barely breathe. It's okay, the first Izuku said. I know this is strange. I don't have much time, this moment is borrowed from somewhere outside normal rules. But I needed to see you. To thank you. Thank me. Izuku's voice cracked. For what? For continuing. For being born. For carrying this forward when I couldn't. The first Izuku smiled, the real smile, the one that reached his eyes. You're not a copy of me, he said. You're not a reincarnation or a ghost. You're something new, but you carry something old. The need to hold. The need to be present. The need to continue the circle. He reached out, touching Izuku's cheek with gentle fingers. I started this so long ago. But I couldn't finish it. No one can. It has to keep going, generation after generation, universe after universe. And you're part of that now. You've always been part of it. Izuku's eyes burned. I don't know how. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Yes you do. The first Izuku's smile widened. You've always known. Just be present. Just hold whoever needs holding. That's all it ever was. That's all it will ever be. The fairy lights flickered brighter. I have to go, the first Izuku said. But before I do, he leaned forward and pressed his forehead to Izuku's. A gesture of blessing, of connection, of love passed across impossible distances. Thank you for holding me, he whispered. Thank you for holding everyone. And then he was gone. Izuku sat alone on the couch, tears streaming down his face. The fairy lights flickered gently. The blanket smelled like lavender. The drawing watched from the wall. He didn't understand what had just happened. Would never fully understand. But he understood enough. He understood that the circle was real. That connection transcended time. That holding mattered, had always mattered, would always matter, across universes and lifetimes and the vast emptiness between stars. He stood slowly, wiped his face, looked around the room one last time. I'll continue it, he whispered. I promise. The fairy lights flickered once, acknowledgement, blessing, goodbye. He walked out. Chapter 53, The Return. Izuku returned home changed. His mother saw it immediately, the way he held himself differently, the peace in his eyes, the quiet certainty that hadn't been there before. What happened? She asked. He thought about it. About the vision. About the first Izuku. About the promise he'd made. I found what I'm supposed to do, he said. What I've always been supposed to do. And what's that? Hold people. Be present. Continue the circle. His mother smiled, the same smile her grandmother had worn, passed down through generations. Then you'd better get started. He started small. A classmate who was struggling with exams. A neighbor who'd lost her husband. A stranger on a bench who looked like they needed someone to sit with. He held them, not always physically, sometimes just with presence. Sometimes with silence. Sometimes with words that came from somewhere deeper than his own mind. Each person left lighter. Each person carried something forward. The circle continued. Word spread, not through social media, through something older. The quiet understanding of broken souls who recognized a safe space when they found one. They came to him in ones and twos at first. Then more. Then many. He held them all. A girl who'd watched her best friend die in an accident. A boy whose parents didn't understand his quirk. An old man who'd outlived everyone he loved and didn't know how to keep going. He held them in his small apartment, on his worn couch. Under fairy lights he'd hung because they felt right. He held them the way the first Izuku had held so many, so long ago. One night, after a particularly difficult session, he sat alone and thought about legacy. He was only 18. He had a lifetime ahead of him. A lifetime of holding, of being present, of continuing the circle. But it wasn't just him. It had never been just him. The first Izuku had held Sato. Sato had held others. Those others had held more. On, through generations and centuries and universes, until the need to hold was woven into the fabric of existence. And now here he was. Another link in the chain. Another holder. Another presence in the darkness. The fairy lights flickered. Thank you, he whispered to the empty room. Whoever you are, wherever you are, thank you for starting this. Silence answered. But it was a good silence. Full of connection. Full of love. Full of the presence that never really left. Chapter 54, The Meeting. He was 20 when he met someone who changed everything. A hero agency had invited him to speak, his reputation had grown, and people wanted to hear about his approach to support. He stood on a small stage, nervous but determined, and talked about presence and holding and the importance of being there. Afterward, someone approached. Ash blonde hair, sharp eyes, a face that seemed carved from angles and tension. He looked familiar in a way Izuku couldn't explain. You're the Cuddle monster, the man said. Voice rough, almost accusatory. That's what they call me. Izuku smiled nervously. You can call me Izuku. The man stared at him for a long moment. I'm Katsuki, he finally said. Hero name, Great Explosion Murder God Dynamite. Izuku blinked. That's a lot. It's what I am. A pause. I heard you speak. It was not terrible. High praise. Katsuki's eyes narrowed. Then, unexpectedly, the corner of his mouth twitched. You're weird, he said. So I've been told. They looked at each other for a long moment. Something passed between them. Something old. Something that had existed before either of them was born. Dinner, Katsuki said abruptly. Tonight. You and me. Like a date. Like two people eating food. Don't make it weird. Izuku laughed. Okay. Dinner. Tonight. Dinner was at a small restaurant, quiet and private. They talked for hours. About hero work, about life, about the weight of carrying things alone. Katsuki was guarded at first, but something about Izuku made him open up in ways he never did. I don't do the feelings thing, Katsuki said. Never have. Never will. Yet here you are. Talking about feelings. Katsuki's jaw tightened. You're different. I don't know why. Izuku thought about it. About the dream he'd had since childhood. The boy with ash blonde hair, the holding, the love that transcended time. Maybe we've met before, he said softly. In a way. Katsuki stared at him. That's weird. I know. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Katsuki reached across the table and took his hand. Shut up, he said. Just, shut up and let this happen. Izuku smiled. Okay. Chapter 55, The Recognition. They moved in together 6 months later. It was fast by normal standards, but nothing about them was normal. From their first meeting, something had clicked into place, a recognition that went deeper than conscious understanding. They spent nights on the couch, under fairy lights, holding each other in silence. They fought and made up and fought again. They built a life from the rubble of their separate pasts. And slowly, piece by piece, they remembered. Not consciously. Not in words. But in feelings, in the way Katsuki's hand fit perfectly in Izuku's, in the way Izuku knew exactly how to hold Katsuki when the nightmares came, in the way they could sit together for hours without speaking and feel more connected than any conversation could achieve. They'd done this before. They'd always done this. One night, Izuku woke from a dream. Katsuki was beside him, also awake, staring at the ceiling. I dreamed about you, Izuku whispered. But not you now. You, before. A long time before. With gray hair and a cane and eyes that had seen too much. Katsuki was quiet for a long moment. I dreamed about you too, he finally said. Dying. Holding my hand. Telling me you loved me. They lay in silence, hearts pounding. What does it mean? Izuku asked. I don't know. Katsuki's voice was rough. But I know it's real. Whatever it is. I know you're mine and I'm yours and we've been doing this forever. He rolled over, pulling Izuku close. So shut up and let me hold you. Izuku smiled against his chest. Okay. Chapter 56, The Building. They found the building by accident. A walk through the old part of the city, hand in hand, not going anywhere in particular. Izuku stopped suddenly, staring at a structure that seemed to pulse with familiarity. What? Katsuki asked. That building. I know it. It's abandoned. Has been for decades. No. Izuku's voice was certain. It's waiting. They approached together. The door was unlocked, shouldn't have been, but was. They stepped inside. The interior was dusty, neglected, but the bones were familiar. A main hall. Side rooms. Stairs leading up. And at the back, a door. Izuku's heart pounded as he approached. He knew what he'd find. Had known since he first saw the building. He opened the door. Fairy lights flickered on, ancient, but somehow still working. Blankets lay on a worn couch, still smelling faintly of lavender. The air was still, peaceful, full of presence. And on the wall, protected by nothing but time, a child's drawing. 3 figures. Fairy lights. Holding hands. Thank you for holding me. Izuku's knees gave way. Katsuki caught him, held him, lowered him gently to the couch. This is it, Izuku whispered. The original. The first sanctuary. Katsuki looked around, at the lights, the blankets, the drawing. Something shifted in his expression. I remember, he said slowly. Not clearly. But, I remember being here, with you, holding people, being held. He sat beside Izuku, pulling him close. We've done this before, he said. Haven't we? Yes. Izuku's voice shook. Many times. Many lives. Always together. They sat in silence, holding each other, surrounded by the echoes of 1,000 years. The fairy lights flickered. The circle continued. Chapter 57, The Restoration. They restored the building together. It took years, decades, eventually. They rebuilt the main hall, restored the side rooms, created new spaces for new needs. But the back room remained untouched. Preserved exactly as it had been, exactly as it would always be. Fairy lights, blankets, couch, drawing, the heart of everything. Word spread about what they were doing. People came to help, volunteers, heroes, ordinary citizens who'd been touched by the sanctuary's legacy. They brought skills and resources and stories of their own healing. The circle expanded. They got married in the back room. Small ceremony. Just family and close friends. Fairy lights flickering overhead, blankets piled on the couch, the drawing watching from the wall. They spoke vows they'd spoken before, in different words, different lifetimes. I'll hold you in darkness, Izuku said. Always. No matter what. I'll let you hold me, Katsuki replied. Even when I pretend I don't need it. They kissed. The room filled with cheers. Chapter 58, The Children. Their first child was born 3 years later. A girl, green-haired like Izuku, with her father's fierce eyes. They named her Hana, after the little girl who'd drawn the picture, after all the children who'd been held and gone on to hold others. She grew up in the sanctuary, surrounded by love and presence and the constant flow of broken souls seeking healing. She learned to hold before she learned to walk. Their second child came 5 years after that. A boy, ash blonde like Katsuki, with his other father's gentle heart. They named him Kenji, after the first person Izuku had ever held, after all the connections that had started it all. He was different from his sister, quieter, more observant, carrying something ancient in his young eyes. He dreamed of places he'd never been. Of a patio bench. Of a boy with green hair who held him in darkness. He didn't understand the dreams. But they shaped him anyway. The children grew. They helped in the sanctuary, learning the work from the inside. They held people who needed holding, sat with people who needed silence, stayed present when everything fell apart. They carried something forward, something that had been passed down through generations, through universes, through the very fabric of existence. The need to hold, the need to be present, the need to continue the circle. Chapter 59, The Passing. Katsuki died first. He was 93, old and tired, ready to go. Izuku held his hand through the final hours, just as he'd held so many others over so many years. You'll be okay, Katsuki whispered. You've got the kids, the sanctuary, the circle. I'll miss you. I know. A weak smile. Miss you too. But I'll be waiting. Wherever we go next. Izuku's eyes burned. Promise. Always promise. Katsuki's grip tightened. Love you, Deku. Always have. Always will. I love you too, Kachan. Always. Katsuki's eyes closed. His hand went slack. Izuku held it anyway. The funeral was huge. Heroes came from everywhere, every agency, every country, every generation. They filled the sanctuary building, spilled into the streets, stood in silence for blocks in every direction. Hana spoke. Kenji spoke. Their children spoke. They told stories of Katsuki, his sharp edges, his hidden softness, his fierce love for the people he pretended not to care about. They told stories of Izuku and Katsuki together, the partnership that had spanned decades, the love that had survived everything. And when the last story was told, they sat together in the back room, holding each other in the darkness. Just like he'd taught them. Izuku lived another 5 years without Katsuki. They were quiet years, full of memory and grief and the steady presence of family. He still sat in the back room every night, waiting for visitors, holding whoever needed holding. But the corner, Katsuki's corner, remained empty. He talked to him sometimes, in the quiet hours. Told him about the children, the grandchildren, the sanctuary's continued growth. Told him about the dreams that still came, vivid as ever, of a patio bench and a first meeting and a love that transcended time. I'll see you soon, he whispered one night, old and tired and ready. Save a spot for me on the bench. The fairy lights flickered. He smiled, closed his eyes, and slept. Chapter 60, The Reunion. He dreamed of the patio bench. It was night, stars overhead, the same bench where it had all begun. He sat alone, waiting, knowing what would come. Footsteps approached. Hey! He looked up. Katsuki stood there, young again, sharp and beautiful, eyes holding decades of love. You're late, Izuku said. Traffic. Katsuki sat beside him, shoulder to shoulder, the way they'd always sat. They looked at the stars together. We did it, Izuku said. We continued the circle. We always do. A new universe now. A new beginning. Katsuki shrugged. Probably. That's how it works. Izuku leaned against him. I'm tired. Kachan. I know. Rest now. We'll start again when you're ready. They sat in comfortable silence, holding each other, watching the stars wheel overhead. The fairy lights flickered, though there were no fairy lights here. The blankets smelled like lavender, though there were no blankets here. The couch waited, though there was no couch here. But there was a bench. And two souls who'd loved each other across eternity. In darkness. And holding. Always holding. The stars faded. The bench faded. Everything faded. And in the vast emptiness between universes, two sparks of light drifted together. Touched. Merged. Waited. Chapter 61. The Next Beginning. A new universe exploded into existence. Galaxies spiraled. Stars ignited. Planets formed. Life emerged, different from before, but still life. Still reaching. Still needing connection. And on a small blue planet, in a small town, a child was born. Green hair. Freckles. Eyes that saw too much. His mother named him Izuku. He grew up ordinary in most ways. But at night, he dreamed of places he'd never been. A room with fairy lights. A couch that smelled like lavender. A drawing on the wall. Thank you for holding me. He dreamed of a boy with ash blonde hair and sharp edges, who softened only in darkness. Of holding that boy, being held by him, building something that would outlast stars. He woke from these dreams with tears on his face and no idea why. One night, when he was 15, he sat alone on a patio bench. He'd been through something terrible. Seen things no one should see. He was drowning, and he didn't know how to ask for help. Footsteps approached. Hey! He looked up. A boy stood there, ash blonde, sharp eyes, familiar in a way he couldn't explain. I couldn't sleep either, the boy said. He sat on the bench. They looked at each other. Something passed between them. Something old. Something that had existed before either of them was born. I'm Izuku, the green-haired boy said. Katsuki. A pause. You look like you need someone to sit with. Izuku's eyes burned. Yeah, I do. They sat together in silence, two strangers sharing darkness. And somewhere, across the impossible distance between universes, the fairy lights flickered. The circle continued. Forever. Chapter 62. The First Hold, Again. Katsuki didn't cry that night. He wasn't the crying type, never had been, never would be. But something in him softened as they sat together, two broken boys sharing silence on a cold bench. You're weird, he said finally. Izuku laughed, a small sound, surprised out of him. So I've been told. I didn't mean it bad. Katsuki looked away. Just, different, not like the others. Izuku didn't know what to say. He felt it too, the connection, the recognition, the sense that they'd done this before. My mom died, Katsuki said abruptly. 3 years ago. Villain attack. I was there. The words hung in the air, heavy with pain. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered. Don't be. Wasn't your fault. A pause. I never talk about it. Don't know why I'm telling you. Maybe because I'll listen. Katsuki looked at him, really looked, and something shifted. Yeah, he said quietly. Maybe. They sat for hours. Katsuki talked, haltingly at first, then more freely. About his mother, his father, the guilt he carried for surviving when she didn't. About the anger that consumed him, the walls he'd built, the loneliness behind them. Izuku listened. Didn't offer solutions. Didn't try to fix anything. Just listened, the way he'd always known how. When Katsuki finally fell silent, exhausted from talking, Izuku spoke. Can I tell you something weird? Katsuki raised an eyebrow. I feel like I've done this before. Sat on a bench with someone who needed holding. Listened to their pain. Just, been there. That is weird. I know. Izuku smiled. But it feels true. Like I've been doing this forever. Like I'll be doing it forever. Katsuki considered this. Maybe you have, he said. Maybe we both have. They looked at each other. Something passed between them. Something old. Something that had existed before either of them was born. Can I? Izuku hesitated. Can I hold you? Just for a minute. You look like you need it. Katsuki stiffened. Started to refuse. Then something in him crumbled. Yeah, he whispered. Okay. Izuku opened his arms. Katsuki leaned in. And for the first time in this universe, on this bench, in this darkness, two broken boys held each other. The fairy lights flickered, though there were no fairy lights here. The blankets smelled like lavender, though there were no blankets here. The couch waited, though there was no couch here. But there was a bench. And two souls who'd loved each other across eternity. In darkness. And holding. Always holding. Chapter 63, The Spread, Again. Word spread. Not through social media, through something older. The quiet understanding of broken souls who recognized a safe space when they found one. They came to the bench in ones and twos at first. Then more. Then many. Katsuki watched from the shadows at first, not participating, just present. But gradually, he started sitting closer. Started listening. Started letting himself be part of something. They held them all together. A girl whose parents didn't understand her quirk. A boy who'd lost his best friend. An old man who'd outlived everyone he loved. They held them on the bench, in the darkness, under stars that had witnessed this before. The circle continued. One night, after everyone had gone, they sat alone. We should find a real space, Katsuki said. Somewhere inside, with lights and blankets and... He stopped, confused by his own words. Izuku looked at him. Lights. Blankets. I don't know why I said that. It just felt right. Izuku thought about it. About the dreams he'd had since childhood. The room with fairy lights. The couch that smelled like lavender. The drawing on the wall. Yeah, he said slowly. It feels right. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Katsuki spoke. You know how we just met a few months ago, but it feels like we've known each other forever. Yeah, that's weird, right? Probably. But it's also real. Izuku nodded. It's real. They looked at each other. Something passed between them. Something old. Something that had existed before either of them was born. I think we've done this before, Katsuki said quietly. I think we'll do it again. Me too. They held hands in the darkness. The stars watched. Chapter 64, The Building, Again. They found the building by accident. An old structure in the neglected part of town, abandoned for decades. But something about it called to them, pulled them closer, through the unlocked door, past the dusty halls. To a room at the back. Fairy lights flickered on as they entered, ancient, but somehow still working. Blankets lay on a worn couch, still smelling faintly of lavender. The air was still, peaceful, full of presence. And on the wall, protected by nothing but time, a child's drawing. 3 figures. Fairy lights. Holding hands. Thank you for holding me. Izuku's knees gave way. Katsuki caught him, held him, lowered him gently to the couch. This is it, Izuku whispered. The room from my dreams. Katsuki looked around, at the lights, the blankets, the drawing. Something shifted in his expression. I remember, he said slowly. Not clearly. But, I remember being here, with you, holding people, being held. He sat beside Izuku, pulling him close. We've done this before, he said. Haven't we? Yes. Izuku's voice shook. Many times. Many lives. Always together. They sat in silence, holding each other, surrounded by the echoes of 1,000 years. The fairy lights flickered. The circle continued. Chapter 65, The Restoration, Again. They restored the building together. It took years, decades, eventually. They rebuilt the main hall, restored the side rooms, created new spaces for new needs. But the back room remained untouched. Preserved exactly as it had been, exactly as it would always be. Fairy lights, blankets, couch, drawing, the heart of everything. Word spread about what they were doing. People came to help, volunteers, heroes, ordinary citizens who'd been touched by the sanctuary's legacy. They brought skills and resources and stories of their own healing. The circle expanded. They got married in the back room. Small ceremony. Just family and close friends. Fairy lights flickering overhead, blankets piled on the couch, the drawing watching from the wall. They spoke vows they'd spoken before, in different words, different lifetimes. I'll hold you in darkness, Izuku said. Always. No matter what. I'll let you hold me, Katsuki replied. Even when I pretend I don't need it. They kissed. The room filled with cheers. Chapter 66, The Children, Again. Their first child was born 3 years later. A girl, green-haired like Izuku, with her other father's fierce eyes. They named her Hana, after the little girl who'd drawn the picture, after all the children who'd been held and gone on to hold others. She grew up in the sanctuary, surrounded by love and presence and the constant flow of broken souls seeking healing. She learned to hold before she learned to walk. Their second child came 5 years after that. A boy, ash blonde like Katsuki, with his other father's gentle heart. They named him Kenji, after the first person Izuku had ever held in this universe, after all the connections that had started it all. He was different from his sister, quieter, more observant, carrying something ancient in his young eyes. He dreamed of places he'd never been. Of a patio bench. Of a boy with green hair who held him in darkness. He didn't understand the dreams. But they shaped him anyway. The children grew. They helped in the sanctuary, learning the work from the inside. They held people who needed holding, sat with people who needed silence, stayed present when everything fell apart. They carried something forward, something that had been passed down through generations, through universes, through the very fabric of existence. The need to hold, the need to be present, the need to continue the circle. Chapter 67, The Passing, Again. Katsuki died first. He was 93, old and tired, ready to go. Izuku held his hand through the final hours, just as he'd held so many others over so many years. "You'll be okay," Katsuki whispered. "You've got the kids, the sanctuary, the circle. I'll miss you. I know." A weak smile. "Miss you too. But I'll be waiting, wherever we go next." Izuku's eyes burned. "Promise. Always promise." Katsuki's grip tightened. "Love you, Deku. Always have. Always will. I love you too, Kachan. Always." Katsuki's eyes closed. His hand went slack. Izuku held it anyway. The funeral was huge. Heroes came from everywhere, every agency, every country, every generation. They filled the sanctuary building, spilled into the streets, stood in silence for blocks in every direction. Hana spoke. Kenji spoke. Their children spoke. They told stories of Katsuki, his sharp edges, his hidden softness, his fierce love for the people he pretended not to care about. They told stories of Izuku and Katsuki together, the partnership that had spanned decades, the love that had survived everything. And when the last story was told, they sat together in the back room, holding each other in the darkness. Just like he'd taught them. Izuku lived another 5 years without Katsuki. They were quiet years, full of memory and grief and the steady presence of family. He still sat in the back room every night, waiting for visitors, holding whoever needed holding. But the corner, Katsuki's corner, remained empty. He talked to him sometimes, in the quiet hours. Told him about the children, the grandchildren, the sanctuary's continued growth. Told him about the dreams that still came, vivid as ever, of a patio bench and a first meeting and a love that transcended time. "I'll see you soon," he whispered one night, old and tired and ready. "Save a spot for me on the bench." The fairy lights flickered. He smiled, closed his eyes, and slept. Chapter 68, The Reunion, Again. He dreamed of the patio bench. It was night, stars overhead, the same bench where it had all begun. He sat alone, waiting, knowing what would come. Footsteps approached. "Hey." He looked up. Katsuki stood there, young again, sharp and beautiful, eyes holding decades of love. "You're late," Izuku said. "Traffic." Katsuki sat beside him, shoulder to shoulder, the way they'd always sat. They looked at the stars together. "We did it," Izuku said. "We continued the circle. We always do. A new universe now. A new beginning." Katsuki shrugged. "Probably. That's how it works." Izuku leaned against him. "I'm tired, Kachan. I know. Rest now. We'll start again when you're ready." They sat in comfortable silence, holding each other, watching the stars wheel overhead. The fairy lights flickered, though there were no fairy lights here. The blankets smelled like lavender, though there were no blankets here. The couch waited, though there was no couch here. But there was a bench. And two souls who'd loved each other across eternity. In darkness. And holding. Always holding. The stars faded. The bench faded. Everything faded. And in the vast emptiness between universes, two sparks of light drifted together. Touched. Merged. Waited. Chapter 69, The Infinite Circle. The pattern repeated. Not exactly, never exactly. Each universe was different, each life unique. But the core remained. The need to hold. The need to be present. The need to continue the circle. Izuku and Katsuki found each other in every iteration. Sometimes as heroes. Sometimes as ordinary people. Sometimes as different species entirely, in worlds that bore no resemblance to Earth. But always they found each other. Always they recognized something familiar in the other's eyes. And always, they held. They held each other through grief and joy, through triumph and failure, through the endless cycles of birth and death and rebirth. They held the broken souls who crossed their paths, passing forward the gift they'd been given so long ago. The sanctuary existed in every universe. The back room with fairy lights. The couch that smelled like lavender. The drawing on the wall, preserved across dimensions. Thank you for holding me. The words echoed through eternity. Chapter 70, The First Night Forever Again. In a universe that had never existed before, on a planet that had just formed, a child was born. Green hair, freckles, eyes that saw too much. His mother named him Izuku. He grew up ordinary in most ways. But at night, he dreamed of places he'd never been. A room with fairy lights. A couch that smelled like lavender. A drawing on the wall. Thank you for holding me. He dreamed of a boy with ash blonde hair and sharp edges, who softened only in darkness. Of holding that boy, being held by him, building something that would outlast stars. He woke from these dreams with tears on his face and no idea why. One night, when he was 15, he sat alone on a patio bench. He'd been through something terrible, seen things no one should see. He was drowning, and he didn't know how to ask for help. Footsteps approached. Hey, he looked up. A boy stood there, ash blonde, sharp eyes, familiar in a way he couldn't explain. I couldn't sleep either, the boy said. He sat on the bench. They looked at each other. Something passed between them. Something old. Something that had existed before either of them was born. I'm Izuku, the green-haired boy said. Katsuki. A pause. You look like you need someone to sit with. Izuku's eyes burned. Yeah, I do. They sat together in silence, two strangers sharing darkness. And somewhere, across the impossible distance between universes, the fairy lights flickered. The boy, Katsuki, didn't cry that night. But something in him softened as they sat together, two broken boys sharing silence on a cold bench. My mom died, he said abruptly. Last year. Villain attack. I was there. The words hung in the air, heavy with pain. I'm sorry, Izuku whispered. Don't be. Wasn't your fault. A pause. I never talk about it. Don't know why I'm telling you. Maybe because I'll listen. Katsuki looked at him, really looked, and something shifted. Yeah, he said quietly. Maybe. They sat for hours. Katsuki talked. Izuku listened. The way they always had. The way they always would. When Katsuki finally fell silent, exhausted from talking, Izuku spoke. Can I tell you something weird? Katsuki raised an eyebrow. I feel like I've done this before. Sat on a bench with someone who needed holding. Listened to their pain. Just, been there. That is weird. I know. Izuku smiled. But it feels true. Like I've been doing this forever. Like I'll be doing it forever. Katsuki considered this. Maybe you have, he said. Maybe we both have. They looked at each other. Something passed between them. Something old. Something that had existed before either of them was born. Can I? Izuku hesitated. Can I hold you? Just for a minute. You look like you need it. Katsuki stiffened. Started to refuse. Then something in him crumbled. Yeah, he whispered. Okay. Izuku opened his arms. Katsuki leaned in. And for the first time in this universe, on this bench, in this darkness, two broken boys held each other. The stars watched. The universe breathed. Somewhere, in a room that existed outside of time, fairy lights flickered. Blankets smelled like lavender. A drawing hung on a wall. Thank you for holding me. The words echoed across eternity. And the circle continued. Forever. The end. Thank you.